Hi everyone, good morning. I just wanted to look at Tesla real quick too because I realized that Tesla hit our targets today. Okay, I jumped on right now because we had some very good odds to test 6494 here. Hence the stream starting right now. Yep. That's why I started the stream. Just wait for a few more people to join though. So we talked about this a little bit in Discord right now, but I wanted to kind of just do a very, very quick recap in terms of like the 256 point ranges, especially from our June 23rd candles. And specifically off that 62.16. Okay, why is 62.16 so important? And I noticed that they held 6472 today too on the lows. So that's extremely calculated where they're holding this. Why is 62.16 so important? Really big spot here. Excuse me. Let's do unadjusted on this. This is our annual range, right? Our annual range is around like 1379, 1384. Do you see that? So annual range is basically triggered off that same exact spot, which was also the 256 point range from there too. So lots and lots and lots of confluence around that 62, 15, 16, 22 range. And we did measure these a while back off this spot, and they kind of align with that 7.2 and 8.7 spot. So, and we'll go back and look at this in a sec, but kind of like off this range in here. Okay. Sorry, I have like some terrible allergies in the morning sometimes. Not that they have to have like the full. Like usually half of 346 guys is 173. I just thought it was pretty interesting that these kind of structures here aligned really nicely with that. I don't know if you guys can see that, like in terms of these closing points. Do you see this? So this, it's a little bit hard to see. Okay. Do you see how this could eventually get us to these points in here? I'm looking at it from like a much wider scale of things. So these are the 256 point extensions. And I already talked about this before, but I just wanted to recap because I feel like some people sometimes forget. So holding 7.2 today is definitely very, very, very important. And when I looked at this last, back in July, do you see the alignment here, guys, with 7.1 and 8.7? Okay. this is what could get us to those wider ranges, like that 6657 area. But what do you guys notice about today? And these spots were pretty calculated at 7.2 and 8.7. 7.2 and 8.7. Isn't that insane? Look at this. Look at the open and closing ranges, and look at the lows from today. What is this setting us up for? What is this potentially setting us up for? And that's off our 6.357, 6.3 area, by the way. Because when you go back and look at it from the midpoints, no, you're thinking way too small. This is setting us up for a move to 6,600, 6,700. Okay, so when we had looked at this before and had measured off these ranges, I kind of broke it up into two parts just so you could see, like the 128 area. Sorry, this could be off by like a point or two. And we ended up holding 63, 62, 39, and 41 back here. So it was a really solid hold. We never ended up going back to 62, 16, and 20. Remember that big support range that we had back there? Do you guys remember that? How that area was such a huge support, especially off this range down here. Like the fact that they held above this area here too was insanely impressive. And I think what we did was we measured off the actual lows, so like off the actual closing prices. So back in here when we looked at this, like 62.15 to 20.27 area was a huge area of confluence for us. When we looked at this from the actual areas that they hit, like in terms of range, especially on this 7th bar right here, if you guys remember, like on these structure breaks. And I think off this, I don't remember where it was, I think this was off like the 8.8 or 7.1, like something around here with like the core range. But when we measured off the actual spot that we triggered back here, okay, these areas should align with our 5.5, 5.7, like these structure breaks. Do you guys see it? Are you guys paying attention? Pay really close attention, because I'm only going to go over this once. And then if someone asks me later, where did you get these levels from? And then I'm going to be mad. Okay, so when we actually took a very, very close look at where they actually sustained, so like off the 3.941, this range in here, okay? Do you see this? So let's just assume like right around here. Do you see these structure breaks, you guys? Like this is, it's almost perfect in terms of highs, lows, open, close. Do you see that? And specifically around these ranges in here. Okay, so what is this implying? And these are obviously like the approximate spots, but what is this implying here? And they ended up holding 6.4 and 6.3 on Friday, which was really good. We had some odds where like they could have taken this back to like the 63.40s back in here, and it was probably still fine, but there definitely was some risk once they started to kind of overlap in this range in here. So off that 2.7, 2.8 spot, kind of like these ranges back here, you can kind of see like the 5.6, 5.7. What do you guys notice here? Guys, I have positions on too, so what do you guys notice that stands out? Especially for measuring off the actual ranges. Chop is what you notice? That's a terrible answer. That's what you notice with this this explanation that I'm going over is chop. That's, I'm not talking about price action right now. And that's a terrible, terrible answer, by the way. What are they trying to trigger right here? Essentially. And this is the main reason why they opened closed the week around this area, because this is an extremely calculated spot for the market. Yeah. And but do you guys notice that there was a bit of a buffer back here? Like in between? Kind of like this range in here. Do you see that? Do you see the buffer? You guys have to pay closer attention. No. It's not about the zone. It's about the similarities in the offset, okay? Remember how I said the market's been moving in about 17 to 22 point ratios in between? What's the midpoint of that? And that's why they kind of keep going between 34 and 44. Okay? Do you see the midpoints in here? It's around 18 to 19-ish points. I've talked about this a lot over the last few weeks. Does that make sense? So there's a very similar type action happening there. Notice that in here is kind of where they, I wouldn't say that they chopped around in here, but they kind of consolidated a little bit. And you can see that there was a few sessions where they kind of stalled, like back in here. Do you see it? And it's almost the exact same range. Because if you look at this from like 9.3 to 9.4, right? Or off these ranges in here. Do you see what I mean? It's the same sort of the interval that we had up here. Kind of like this area in here. Which is exactly why they're kind of stalling there. Okay? Does today have good odds? Based on the 6472 low and the 6487 calculated open. That's a calculated open and a calculated low. Why no? If we had the best open and the best low based on those intervals. Yeah, I would say that that's pretty good odds that they can maybe break this structure range. Well, our period is between the 26th and 29th. tomorrow to break structure, yes. But today definitely still has an odd of testing 65.10. Forget about the flips for a second. I'm talking more about calculated price versus time based on where they open and closed, or open and low. We could get a better close today. And sorry, like, LI, tomorrow's best odds for what? Exactly, because you have to know what your odds are for. We have better odds tomorrow for maybe tagging 65.20s, 65.30s. Do you get what I'm saying? But today is definitely an odd for retesting this 65.08. I ideally wanted to test this yesterday, right? So we're already a little bit behind in terms of that and that condition being made. But they couldn't get to, no. Yesterday was the ideal point in time to do that. So, and we have a lot of calculated range around, like, pretty sure when I looked at it this morning, it was like 65. The 22-point range is right where we're at. That's the exact open, or that's the exact high for the week, this 9.4. That's the 22-point range. The 33-point range, I'm pretty sure there is a lot of confluence around 05 and 06. So there is a lot of overhead here. And that's, remember I said this morning that they could maybe get stuck in those neutral spots, like around 05, 06. That's because these are the 33, 34-point ranges off lows. And I think the 44-point range, if they get that nice clean break, could finally take out that structure. That's off a low range. They opened at 60. Where did they open today? 64.74 or something like that? 6474. Where's the opening range? $6,474. It is 6474. 6474. Yeah, there's a lot of overhead here. 6474, so this could imply this retest here of that high. Do you see that? Around here, 6508. So I do think that there could be a lot of overhead between the midpoint ranges, which is going to be the 17 to 22-point range. And that should be pretty close to where we're sitting right now, like between here. They should be aligned with our 9.6. And 9.4 spots. Our 9.4, 9.6 really big overheads for us in general. Yes, right? So it's not a coincidence that today's lows and today's open are aligned with these spots here. Okay, that's the first overhead before potentially getting that 33 to 44-point break. If they range this closer to like 17 points, we've already broken that, which is good. That's closer to like where that 9.1 range is right here. And 8.9. And that's partially why they got stuck there for a little bit, but let's just take a look at the price action here. You can kind of see it. Okay, so there's definitely a little bit of overhead here. This 8.975 was 66 points from last week's open. Hold on. 8.975, I'm pretty sure is this exact spot. And that 88.50. And I noticed overnight last night, that's exactly where it stalled. I don't know if you guys saw that. And then they stalled it right before open, hence this reversal back. And then we had that single stick break right here, and notice that they stalled right at that 9.1. Do you see that? This was a crazy stick, because this stick break was exactly to that 91.25, which is that 17-point break. Okay. Do you see it off open? This right here, when they took out that stick. That was a 17-point break. What does this imply? Don't get this wrong. What would that imply? That kind of stick break with that kind of liquidity and that kind of close. What could this imply? Yeah, exactly. This is a pretty... This could imply that we could get the 34-point ranges, okay? But this area here, there's a lot of overhead, and it's extremely measured too. So right now they're kind of stalling like the midpoints between 17 and 22 off lows and off open. Okay, so this is probably the 22-point range. Yeah, it is. Do you see it? Off lows. So what's our big overhead? And it makes sense because this is our overhead for the week. We've already talked about it. It's right in the report. What's the big wall? What's our big wall? And we already knew that this was going to be the wall before these levels ever triggered, even like 3-4 weeks ago, because we already had measured them and they already calculated spots. So we know that this is the wall. We know that this is the area that we could get stuck. And we know that we're not going to get any structure breaks until we break 9.7, right? Between 9.4, 9.6, 9.7, that's a huge, huge wall. Correct? Okay, weekly report, 9.4, 9.7 remains a wall as that's required to retest those neutral ranges. Still same wall, same condition for the week. Nothing's really changed. Okay, and you can see how today's lows and open are aligned right back to 9.4, right back to 9.6. Do you see what I'm saying? So we're not going to really get any major breaks until we clear this area here. That's also the 22-point range break. This should be aligned pretty nicely with that break over 9.4, 9.5. And then this off OR. Where did I say that they closed and opened for the session? 8.725 or 8.6. So let me just mark these in yellow so I know. I would bet money that today's OR is aligned with the all-time highs. Off these structure breaks here. Yeah, it is. To the exact penny. Isn't that crazy? Look. 65.0875. Isn't that nuts? So everything about today's session is extremely calculated. And if they're going to give us some breaks, this is where I think that 65.03 is super calculated too. We've talked about this in the past. Last time, remember, they stalled 65.0250 and they didn't trigger a 65.0375. Do you guys remember that? We wanted 0375.04 that time. Does today's open give us a good odd of getting some better structure breaks to 0375 and 04? Yes, okay, but do you see how we could get stuck in neutral spots today? So I'm just going to copy paste because I really don't feel like typing. Yeah, but we definitely have to break this range in here. This is the box that we could stay stuck in for a while. Remember what I said? We'll know just how much range they want to give us depending on where we're trading by mid-session. Okay? Which areas do we have to take out with pretty big strength? What do you guys think? Which areas would we have to take out with pretty big strength? I would bet that the 12, 13-point ranges are right around our 9.9, which is the neutral zone entry. That makes total sense off opening range. Yeah, we need to take out 9.4, 9.6 area with some relative strength in order for that to be the case. These are also going to be right in line with the 33, 32-point ranges up in here. Do you see that? So could 65.05, 06 technically be considered a max range today if they wanted to play that game? Like in this area here. Yeah, it could. It kind of depends on how early they break these areas, but there's also slight odds of like maybe a lower high at 65.08 if they stall. Hopefully that's not the case. Do you see how this would be the expansion scenario? So it's not that there isn't odds of 65.20 today or 22. It's just, it's not required, but that would be the case if they actually really wanted to expand off the session open today. Okay, we definitely don't have to do that today. We had better odds of these areas triggering tomorrow, like the 20s and whatever, but does that make sense? So these are aligned on a real-time basis, on a micro time frame, okay? But they're also huge spots on a much wider range, from like the annual ranges of 1,384 points, 256 points, and 346 points. They're pretty big spots. When should we really start being concerned if we don't break this 9496 wall? Around what point in the day do you guys think? A lot of confluence today too around that 65.16 spot. I was thinking that if they break the 65.10, 12 area today, maybe they could give us some ranges there. This is where they could be really stuck. It's crazy that the opening range is aligned with the all-time high though. And the session open is aligned with the all-time high at exactly 22. I thought this was insane. This is crazy. Yeah, like around 12, 12:30, 1 o'clock. Like we, ideally, if we can break this wall before noon, are our odds pretty decent that they could take out 65.0875 today? What do you guys think? Let's go back and take a look at this from these wider ranges here. These are the 132-point breaks. This is the 128-point break. Like you can kind of see how from an opening closing range, these would be the extensions from our 22nd flip date. Where did they open the week again this week? At 9.3. So yeah, even weekly open aligns here too. And today, this afternoon is what? What's this afternoon? What's this afternoon, you guys? These are, the weekly open is aligned with 65.10 as well. Yes. What else is this afternoon? Midday today. Welcome new people, by the way. What's this afternoon, you guys? Where do we want to be? Yeah, it's midweek. Okay, midweek is very important, especially that you're back to your weekly ranges by midweek, right? So when we started the week off, what were the minimum conditions that we wanted to have this week? What did we want this week? Okay, notice what's going on today. So this is from the report. Same conditions, vital core support. Today they're doing a really good job holding core support at 7.1. Zone areas remain neutral. I'm just copy pasting the conditions for the week. This was the ideal area to open. Okay. These are just the weekly conditions. The minimum condition this week is to try to achieve that 65.10 area, ideally by the 26th. So they weren't able to achieve it yesterday, but it could still keep us in play for the 28th, 29th. So LI, remember like what you were saying, it's not that tomorrow had better odds. We're already a little bit late, and I said that we had a bit of an extension for the 29th. So technically they could have even waited until tomorrow to trigger 65.10, but realistically they should have done it yesterday. There's just a little bit of a window. Okay, these were some of the conditions for sustainment. So today's the first day that they're finally sustaining that, which means that would give us odds of finally getting this break. Okay, we're still focused on, oh, and I also said ideally if they can hold the channel area, which they did, above 64.30, 64.44, this area, we have pretty decent odds of getting to the upper channel by end of week. So do you guys think that that's still in play? I feel like there's a pretty decent odd for that. Like, I think the report's pretty accurate. And besides those ranges this week, like, they were super, super, like, accurate with sustaining the 66-point ranges. Especially off those real-time open, close, highs, lows, like this right here. Remember this? Around this area here. We talked about this yesterday, but like these spots here. Off 9.4, 9.5, 9.6. Do you see that? So those should net our 65.60s, which is what is that? What's 65.60s? Our Q3 targets, right? Did we have odds of those triggering this week? Potentially. Yes. Okay, do you see how today could set that up in this week's lows? This week's lows is not a coincidence. Like the fact that they held exactly 66 points from highs off that 9496 area, and the exact range from there off this week's open, okay, is also right in alignment with this spot here. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, none of that is a coincidence. So I think our weekly plan is kind of like this area here. I think our weekly plan is pretty accurate. Like, I feel like they have, especially from the August 22nd flip date. Like, I think they have pretty decent odds to maybe get there by Friday. Do they have to get there by this Friday, though? Like, the 29th would be the earliest. That was the earliest day that I had for these spots to trigger. It's not necessarily required, but there's a lot of bars that continue through some of these cycles, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that exhausted, returned, 8. Some of these ones have like continuation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do you see this? The 7th bar range starts on the 29th for a lot of major time frames, or the 4th bar range. 4th bar on the 33-day is extremely important. This was our Q1 reversal and our April 7th and 8th flip. Okay, so this is a very, very, very important time frame. The 29th is extremely important, especially for mid-October This is kind of what could give us that continuation on that fourth candlestick through end of year from August 29th through October 16th. So does the range that we trigger on the 29th matter, you guys think? Good morning, Stacy. Does closing price, opening price matter for the 29th? The 29th is directly linked to these 2 days here, the 28th and 29th. It's linked to these lows, okay? This is linked to this. From an open close ratio, let me unadjust this. Do you see where they're kind of triggering this? Like, these are the annual ranges. It's actually pretty cool when you look at it like this. And I know we already talked about this before, but I feel like sometimes when you see it like this, then it, like, our annual ranges, guys, are around like 1,379 to 84 points. $13.79 area. Isn't that insane? From this stick here. I already did measure this, but do you see how these are the 256 point intervals from our annual ranges here? So the 28th, 29th, the 6510 area, 65, do you see why it's so important? So if they trigger that as early as today, okay, I need you guys to understand this because I'm tired of explaining it a million times. Okay, if they trigger the 256, 57 point ranges today, let's say, okay, ahead of the 28th, 29th, which are directly linked to the 7th and 8th. You guys listening? What could that set us up for? What could that potentially be setting us up for? This isn't exact either. I just want you guys to be able to see it. We've already expanded technically because we've already broke these intervals here. What could this be setting us up for? Because we're working with increments of thirds, which is what? What are increments of thirds? 257 points or 346 points? Three, 4, 6, right? So that's what that could set us up for. That's where that whole 6,600 area could come into play. Remember I said, and it's crazy too because what's half of 256 points? 128, right? Today's lows with 128 points is exactly 6,600. That's pretty insane. And when we looked at this like last week or the week before, we saw that they could have 6,600 in play. I don't know if they can trigger that as early as this week, but today's closing points definitely keep us in this window from now until like October 16th, 17th for these ranges to trigger. Does that make sense? So I think that should help you guys have like a better understanding of not just today's session, but just on a wider scale with why these areas are so important. Okay, and this is our big overhead here. We're getting super close, guys, to mid-session. Do we really want to be stalling around this point in the day, you think? They also triggered lows right ahead of open at 9:30. So that means that there's probably a lot of confluence today from session open to real-time session close. You can kind of even see it on some of these wider frames. This is linked with 9:30. That flips at 36. Off the 62 minute, we can maybe watch the 93. Do you think it's a coincidence that from a time perspective, that the earliest range in time is around 12:36 when it's Wednesday, midweek? That's pretty funny. What point in the day, guys, is mid-session for us for the week? Especially for real time. Should be right around here. It's It's usually between that 12:30 to 12:50 window. What time is it right now? 12:08. Did this help you guys hold a little bit longer maybe? I know that this stick was volatile here, but pretty good odds that they were going to hold that 8688. Like if they're going to break down structure, I would think that like if they weren't able to clear, it'd probably be closer to this point in the day. So just a lot of sideways action at least until 12:30, 1 o'clock. We'll see what they end up doing here. What do you think the conditions would be? So this is a huge overhead in general around this 9496. It also happens to be weekly highs this week too. And your weekly open. This marker 97. Are these points in the day going to help us determine just how much range could potentially be left on the session today? So I figure that the neutral box is probably what would be in play. That usually starts around 9.9 between 05 and this area here. But again, I feel like that's going to be relative to the potential structure breaks around 9.5, 9.6, 9.7. Especially during this period in time. Apple finally got that 230 break. I did mention this yesterday that Apple's setting up for that 235 to 234 retest, probably by end of week. Wow, NQ held exact zone. Did you guys see this? I didn't notice that. Look at that. So NQ probably also neutral ranges today if they're able to get there. Same spots would still be in play. This is the first day that it actually held the bottom of that zone area too on NQ. What's the high so far? 95.50. This is the 22-point range off open. It's the 9.6 spot. This is, they actually did close 22 points above lows though, so that's good. And then from like the lowest close, lowest open, do you see where they're still struggling here? Do you guys see that? This is off lowest close. Lowest open. It's an exact 22-point ratio here, which happens to also be our opening range sticks. Off 7.325 and 7.3.50. And then if they give us that break above OR, that's where that 9.6 comes into play. So lots of overhead. We basically, in order to take out that 9.6 or test it, I think we have to close above 9.550. Because 9.550 is the lowest open. Does that make sense when we're talking about conditions? So lowest opening range means that you have to open above 6.49550. Okay? And try closing at 9.6. That's off real-time session OR. So there's going to be a lot of pressure in these ranges here. This is where 9801, like those areas, basically above 97 but beneath 650304 could come into play. They're kind of aligned with the high ranges from here, or the closing ranges from here. The neutral spots being like sideways or choppy makes total sense too, because that's the kind of price action you can usually expect in a neutral zone. So far, some slight range reductions here too. How's everyone's morning going today? It's not bad. It's super nice out these next 3 days. So honestly, if they end up just like chopping around in these neutral ranges this afternoon, then I might end the session early and just roll out for Friday or something. Because we haven't really had the best weather this summer. It's also my niece's birthday's today. My nieces have the same birthday. They're both born on the 27th. So I might go visit my niece. We've already had both their birthdays on the weekend though. Well, I'm just glad it's finally decent outside, because it hasn't been the best. I think today there's a heat warning because it's supposed to hit 33 degrees today, which is pretty hot for here. That's like 90s, I think, in Fahrenheit. I can get tanned. Well, the nice thing about being in the West Coast is market closes pretty early here. So, yeah, we're getting the heat wave now. The worst case scenario for today would be is if like they stall like these 22-point ranges and then they break like late afternoon and then start giving us like those disgusting 26, 24, 20. Those are the worst ranges to trade within. And I feel like it could be that kind of afternoon today. So especially because we didn't have the highest odds on the 27th for range. You know what I mean? They're still keeping it within this box range here too. Banks are doing pretty good today. I did see that. So City has a really nice 3-bar on the daily. Again, could definitely keep an eye on the banks for month end. WFC also had a really nice reversal today. Goldman kind of just hovering, but also a nice daily 3-bar on Goldman. So I did trade Citigroup this morning. A lot of them look the same. The only one I didn't look at was JPM, but I think JPM looks, they all look pretty similar. BAC was the one that was lagging last time, and it's the one that's actually held up the most relative strength, but I like the look on Citi a lot. Where's my Citi chart? I don't remember what template I had it on. Oh, this might be it. Oh, so this held 50% of that bar from 95 on this break. I do know that 95.20, 95.18 was a huge spot on this one in the past. It looks like that's exactly where they held this morning. So maybe we'll, let me like just focus on these red areas here. Hold on. These would be the ranges on this one. ES getting a little bit of a reversal here before 12:30, 12:36. Hello, good morning. Is it a bad thing or a good thing if they reverse at this point in time? Yeah, I'd say it can be good. Obviously relative to where they sustain though, right? So I don't really want to lose like the 8.6, 8.7 area. It would be ideal if they can try holding the zone at this point in time, but if they can reverse down before, it's better so that it gives us odds of retracing back up during this time period here. But again, this is going to give us an idea of the kind of afternoon we're going to have. 12:22. I marked 12:30 even though odds are closer to like 3.5, 3.6, 4.4, 4.5 just to kind of see what they do during this period. We're going to watch around 12:48, 12:52 just because that's usually a general important time of day, especially for midweek. There's the 8.750 retest here. And so far they stalled the 9.550. So what do you guys think? Do they sustain ahead of 12:30 p.m. here? this for 2 minutes. I put up a poll. That's the first poll of the session. These are probably the 7.5 to 8.5 point ranges. Also, probably they did take out 17 points from, oh, so even these areas here align with 17 points. So like, obviously holding there is a lot better. Off opening range, I'm pretty sure these are the 12, 13 point ratios. Yeah, they are. Right here. That could also be why they held back here earlier. Do you guys see this? That was off open. 8-7 is linked to like 13 points off today's open. Yeah, it can be, but kind of relative to where they hold. So there's some confluence around this 8-7, 8-5, 8-6 area. That's 13 points off lows, I think, right here. Or not off lows, sorry, off open. Off lows, it's closer to where they held back here. Like around here. That's probably a bit more volatility than you'd want. I think that's exactly 12 points off highs and 13 points off lows. So pretty big spot for them to try holding here, especially ahead of 12:30. Close to like 8.375, 8.2. Could they give back the full range today and save this for tomorrow if they wanted to, since the 27 didn't have the greatest odds? That would be worst case scenario, but there is a probability that they could do that, especially if they don't sustain or retrace during this midweek time frame. Could they also set up today to just be a pinnable session to pin us back to weekly opening ranges if they wanted to, between 9.4, 9.5, 9.6, 9.7? Yes. So, and this point in time is going to give us the probabilities of which direction they want to take. They've definitely reduced range, though, at least by 12, 13 points this afternoon, and that's probably pretty close to our 65.07.08. Yeah, it is. Like these areas here. So tomorrow's odds were a little bit better than today's, but we'll see what they do during this midpoint here. Do they still have odds to negate this downside ratio here and try retracing, you think? Yes, but they'd have to act pretty quick, especially off 12, 13 point intervals, because that's where we could really start to expand. And once you break that range of 12, 13 points, that's where you could go back to 17, 22 point ratios, and that basically takes you back to lows because that's exactly where they stalled. What would you have to retrace, you think? I'd say a minimum of 17 points. Do you guys agree? To offset some of this risk, especially off opening range, or like a minimum of 13 points off open, which is around that 8.6, 8.7, which is basically back to session open, session close. So 13 points off today's real-time open is right back to real-time close. That's pretty funny. So minimum retracement required has to be at least 8.7. Ideally 8.875, 8.950. Right? If they can get this back over 9.1, that would be even better. And they'd have to do it during this time frame here. Do you see how accurate these spots are? So let's see. So they had time to retrace down back to 8.3, 8.2. Super important that they get back over 8.7, 8.750 by 12.30. So 12.29 retracing back over 8.8. The 17 points in range off lows is close to where they're sitting right here. Do you see that? 17 points off opening range is right around the 90 spot. From open to close ratios, which is where they stall, that's around 6490.25. 6490 area. When do you think they'd have to get back to these ranges by? In order to have an odd of retesting the 22-point intervals here. What do you guys think? Now, yes, between 12.30, 12.36, super important. I didn't see what you guys voted. So majority of you voted that they would sustain. I voted yes too, that they would hold. They definitely did reduce range a little bit though, like not too bad. At least they held the 13 points here though. So I wanted to see if they held 13 points, like where that if they held here, it could give us a 9.6 break. Does that make sense? Like this, are you guys listening? I wanted to see that from highs. This was a 12-point hold, but I also wanted to see from this low is a 13-point break at least back to 9.6, and it is. Do you guys see that? The only issue is it did break beneath this 12-point ratio here, but what do you guys notice it did immediately after? And this is very, very, very important attention to detail here. What do you guys notice it did immediately after? Let me just clear this so it's easier to see. So from the low ratio here, they did breach, okay, the 12, 13-point ratio. But what do you guys notice it did immediately after? And I noticed from highs to lows, 12.5 points was kind of the common midsection here. They breached it on that stick, but they also, yeah, they retraced fast, right, within like that 1 minute. And that's usually the kind of price action you have to see in order for that to be the case. Okay. And they did it right off the lowest close, or lowest, yeah, lowest close. Do you see that? Right here? Look. Isn't that crazy? Look, lowest close, lowest open. They're stalling the 17-point ratio now, off the low at 8.9. What's half of 22 points? 11. So I noticed that they also held exactly 11 points off the lows, which is half of our 22-point ratio, where they're getting stuck here. Okay. Yeah, we took Tesla long earlier this week. Tesla had that 33, I mentioned this Friday, 32.29 break off these ranges. Kind of where it's stalling now. Hit almost exact range yesterday too for that 353.77. So this 349.29 hold on Tesla too is pretty impressive. That's that calculated spot that they also triggered yesterday at that 321. Do you guys remember? Yesterday afternoon we had that very high odd at 321. And they triggered back here during this window. Do you guys remember that? Look. They're holding that today. Definitely have to hold this spot here on Tesla for, if you want to set levels, set these. These are what I calculated from last week. Okay, very important time of day here at 3.5, because 3.6 is the flip. I had calculated times around 44, 45. So this would be the time of day that I definitely want to see if they can try taking out that 8.925. Let me just reset my chart. To at least see if they'll try resetting some of this. I do think that they're still stalling that 17-point ratio, but probably still important that they try holding off opening range, okay, which is that 13 to 12 points. I think they're stalling a little bit right here. That's around the 8.7 to 8.6. Price action so far is showing that we might get some back and forth this afternoon, especially if they're ranging around 8.6, 8.7 at this point in time. Look at that range reduction too here at 3.6. Well, Tesla hitting even these spots here implies that it can move another 33 points. You could probably measure off like weekly lows. Probably like close to like 367, 371. Because we said that it could come back and retest 369, essentially. Like these bars right here. Bit of a reversal at 1237 after stalling at 1236. 1236 was a really important time here to see if they would at least try sustaining opening ranges, which they were able to do in terms of session open, session close. The calculated times though are 1244, 1245. So we'll see if they're able to retrace back by then. It does suck though that they ended up making this a pinnable session. I was kind of hoping that we'd get some better price action today, but whatever. I already knew that we didn't really have the best odds today anyway. All right, what do you guys think? So you guys weren't entirely wrong about them sustaining at 12:30, 12:36. They just weren't able to retrace up. So retrace by 12:45 p.m. And by retrace, I'm talking about the 64.89, 50, 64.90 spot. This is going to be the most important time of day. This is the calculated time, is what's going to basically give us a idea of the kind of price action we can get for the remainder of the session and the range that we can get for the remainder of the session. So just like they really had to negate here ahead of 12:30, they really have to try pushing here ahead of 12:44. That's why you're getting the volatility in these sticks. These are extremely calculated points in time. Can we get some more votes, guys, than one person voting? Knowing what majority think also can help determine odds. So they gave a bit of a range reduction stick here. I did notice though that, okay, 3-6 was a flip. It's not a calculated time. They still closed above 12 points from open and 13 points from open there. Do you guys see that? So I do think that could still help our odds here for 4-5. But they really have to not only take out the 17-point range from lows, but ideally the 17-point range from open. Does that make sense? So very, very crucial spots here coming up during this time period. So they stalled right there at 8925 from a high to low open close. These would be the 17-point ratios, and I think it's super important that they try taking them out during this time period. They don't necessarily need the 22-point breaks during this time period, like back to 9.4, 9.6, or 9.4, 9.3, but I mean, at least back to these ranges here. Do you see what I'm saying? So let's see. What time is it? I could also be off by a minute or two. I was pretty sure it was 12:44, 12:45. But if they can break this even earlier, does that set us up for potential 22-point retest here? Thank you, Wildcater. What do you guys think? Does that set us up for some potential retest here if they're able to break these ranges during this point in time? So I was thinking we just have to break here during this time interval. We don't necessarily need the full range. Okay, we're gonna watch this. I could be a minute off, so we could maybe watch 4-3, but I figured it was probably around here. 1248, 1250 are generic flips too for the market that we can just kind of keep an eye on. They're not calculated times, but we can just watch that time interval anyway. All right, let's see. Let's see. Tesla minimum close today has to be at least over that 352.82, I think. That would be a condition. So far it's sustaining that 349.29, which is good. Is this helping you guys understand the price action a little bit better during these time intervals here? I know this isn't the best range, but we have to kind of work with what we're given. Trust me that this point in the day will essentially give us an idea of what kind of range we're going to have. So if they get back to 9.1, 9.2 here today, great. That gives us decent odds of at least getting, you know, a 22-point retest, but probably going to limit us to, I would say, 33 to 34 point range. If they stall during this point in the day, then that's going to suck, because that means we're going to have like the 12 to 13 point ratios, which is like the 24, 26, 27 points, which is a lot of back and forth price action, which gives you like slight odds that you can take out 9.6 but stall 9.9. Does that make sense? Like that's what kind of price action that would entail. Whereas breaking these ranges at this point in time could still keep us in play for maybe like 60 65.05, 65.04, 03, 06, like these ranges here. So far stalling at 12.44, right off that 8.8. These are the calculated times. Can someone document this? Like an 8.6 close, 8.8 stall. And then right back, we'll see if they close this at least above 8.7. This doesn't really progress us for the session. So this is kind of like the time of day to reset the open, okay? I would have preferred that they opened or closed closer to like 8.8, 8.9. So them keeping it stuck, does that make sense? Around 8.6, 7.5, 8.7 doesn't progress us. Does that make sense? That this point in time, guys, is the calculated time for the mid-session to reset your odds. Not that this was a bad close, but it wasn't the best close. Like obviously 8.9, 90, 9.1 would have been best case scenario. Do you see how they didn't do anything at this calculated time? Did this progress us at 12.45, or did it just take us right back to where we were? It literally took us exactly to where we were, because that time of day is aligned with today's open. No progress made. But also no failures, which is good. They didn't close it lower. But do you see that reduction stick at the 4? Okay, 2.25. Do you see how that could have got us a better close at 8.9, 90? Do you see what I'm saying? They definitely had odds to try resetting that a little bit higher, but they weren't successful in doing so. So I would say based on that price point here, that's going to limit risk. At least they still closed above 8.650 and near 8.7. So I don't really think that that's going to give us a high risk into the session today, but it's going to keep odds relatively the same. Does that make sense? So our ranges remain the same. Nothing changed. And they did that intentionally based on that reduction at 4.4. We still are going to watch that 4.8 to 50 window just because it's a generic time of day for the market. Plus, we could also be a minute late, like I said. 4.7 a lot better than this 4.5, 4.6 stick. And the calculated points in time here during this period. Like, see this kind of stick at 4.7? I would have preferred that at 4.5, 4.6 because that's a better reset at 8.9. But the follow-through price action, does that matter? Especially post a calculated time? Because the way that you can think of this time period here is kind of the same as like when you open the session. So go back to your session close. Okay. Yesterday. Okay. Is this better price action so far in comparison? Yes, right? And they took out our 8875, 8950 spots. Those are the really calculated ranges too. And those were the overheads overnight too, where they stalled. Those are the 66-point ranges from the previous week's open, which happens to align with the 22 and 17-point ranges from today's opening range and today's close. Or lows, sorry. These are the 17-point intervals here. Right here. That's pretty cool, isn't it? There we go. 17 points breaking here. 17 points off ORs right around 9-1. These are also the 66-point breaks from the previous week. These are the best times of day to get some clearance breaks. This is resetting the week, the session open in the midweek range, basically. So session opening reset period here. Way better PA than we had off session open this morning. And they did retrace our 17-point ranges, which is good. I think they have to take out 9-1 though here at 1250. 9-1 is 17 points off today's open. Right? 7-4 plus 17 is 9-1. 9-150. I think that's the break that we need. Kind of hard to see with all this stuff on my chart. Yeah, 9-1. So just have to close here. 1249, 1250, closing above this 9-1 spot. This is setting us up for that 22-point break here. Back to 9-3. You can even see 17 points off the highest stick close here. Post follow through at 3-1 is exactly where they're stalling highs. There's so much confluence around 9-5-7-5. You can see it here from this stick range right here. Okay. And the lowest opening stick range is right here. Do you see that? And off opening range right here. So could we get like a nice reversal back here, you think? What do you guys think? This is the exact kind of PA you'd want to see post this 344 to 346 period. And like I said, I could be a minute or two off because sometimes I miscalculate. So I would still say that 1247 is still just as important as 1246. Especially with follow through price action here. I did have some odds around the 112 through 116 window, so we're definitely going to watch that. And this is the kind of price action you want to see, especially if they're basically trying to bring back range for mid-session, midweek, and some resets here. So far, that's a pretty good structural hold. Nice, Li. That was the perfect timing to do so. The 1236 to 1240, 1245 period. Because if we're going to get any sort of structural holds this afternoon, it has to be off these spots here. We definitely don't want to come back to these ranges late afternoon. Because these are the spots that could finally give us our 9-7 break. Does that make sense? Like, look, 11 points, which is half of 22, is the 9-6-7-5. 12 points would be that 9-7 break. 13 points is going to give us 9-8, 9-9. Do you guys see that? These are calculated times for a reason, okay? This is what could get us in that 9-9 zone. And that's where we want to be. We want to get over 9-7, 9-8, 9-9. So that we can get in that neutral zone. Where does the neutral zone start? Where do neutral ranges start? And even though it might still be a lot of back and forth, or slow grind, this is what could end up getting us that 03, 05. So do you see how these could be some calculated points here? 08. That's pretty crazy though, because look, you guys, this is insane. The calculated time of day was 12:45. The closing price at 12:45 gives you a 22-point range. It takes you right back to all-time highs of 65.0875. And remember how I said that today's session open, a 22-point range is right back to highs? Isn't that insane? Like, nothing about that. And it's also the 34-point break off today's open. Nothing about this is a coincidence. It's pretty funny, actually. Do you see the confluence here? So does that mean that this reset here at 4445 is still giving us an odd of 65.0875 retest? Calculated times, guys, they can be for range, but because it's relative to where you're trading. Like, I would say if we were trading all the way down here, then yeah, we could have had some mass upside range, right? If we were trading up here but stalled, they could have reversed it all the way back down. But because they had it trading around 8.5, 8.6, 8.7, it wasn't so much about range. It was more so about what? What do calculated times help you predict? They kind of can give you a gauge in the type of range you can get, the price action you could get, the closing prices you could get. Does that make sense? So the 12:45 being the calculated time for the session close, right? Or session highs. They took it right back to where they started the session, to the exact penny. That exact range of 22 points takes you right back to all-time highs of 65.0875. None of that is a coincidence. So it just implies that they could still keep those odds in play, but no real progress has been made. So our odds of 65.20 is limited then today based on that. This is supposed to help you understand the PA and the potential range. I would say yes, like those odds are pretty limited now. If they had maybe brought this above 9.4, 9.5, 9.7, then I would say those odds could have been pretty high. Like, let's say that we were trading around here at that time. Okay. We have a little bit better odds. Does that make sense, guys? So let's see where we're trading at here before 1. We're going to watch 104, 108. Those are generic times of day, but these were more calculated around 110 or 113, 112. Those could be the times that we could come back and clear. Do we have any major catalysts this afternoon? We're also going to watch some of these time frames here, like this flips at 107. This is in alignment with today's open, which is in alignment with today's lows. So just some other time frames that we could watch. I think it was the 62-minute as well, which is 138. And we could probably watch the 30-minute too, 15. Those are all in line with 9:30 open. 93-minute would be another one, 155. I don't think there's anything in between though. There's a really nice flag on this 93-minute though, and this could engulf. That runs till 209. So basically we have till 207, 208, 209 to get this engulfing range here, I would say. That's off the 1236 frame. Let's see, they hit lows at 3.7. We can maybe watch 1326.43, 13. So 104 would be the earliest. Can someone document this, please? 104 would be the earliest. 13. Can someone write these down? Actually, here. I just want to see what kind of odds this gives us. Because we don't... Do we really want to wait till 209 to take out the highs? Probably not. What's that time frame? 26? When does that flip over? Also 104? So 104 is pretty good odd here. There's also some odds at 120, 121. I would much rather they break during this period though, because I don't really want to wait till I don't really want to wait until 209, 204, 342. That's pretty late. 60, especially failing 9 or stalling 9496 that long. Do you know what I'm saying? I just wanted to see if they keep this at least above 6490.5, 6491 ahead of 1, because that's the 17-point range that we want to try holding. Okay, these were the odds here. These were my calculated times, though, my next points here. So far, they're reducing range a little bit. Probably because they want to keep this stuck until these points in time here. Is Trump supposed to be speaking this afternoon? I know we have auctions too. We have a 5-year, but I don't think he is. I think it's just the auctions. All right, let's do another pull here. So retest high a day by 104. Let's see what you guys think. There was more calculated odds closer to like the 112, 116 window, but let me see what you guys think. There's some odds here between 104 and 107. Just, I guess you could extend that through 107, but 104 would be technically the earliest. Let's get some votes, guys, on that, please. We'll look at max ranges here in a second. I still think that they're probably going to be the same because this reset didn't really change anything. So if they're able to retest during this period in time, then that's going to set us up pretty nicely for the breaks here. I'm thinking that they don't, to be honest. Like, it seems like if they wanted to do that, they probably wouldn't have pulled back like that at 1. It seemed like they're keeping it back and forth, back and forth. I think that the odds might be better during this time period here, but we'll see. So far, ranges. It would really suck if they kept us stuck till 204, 209. So hey, there is a probability that they could keep us stuck until then if they don't break during this time period here. Okay? I'm gonna take a quick break after this though, for like 5-10 minutes. Does breaking during this time period here, you guys think, give us better odds of getting, like, or preventing us from stalling 6501, 6503, 6499 this afternoon? for sure. This was that early window, but doesn't even have to retest highs, just like the 9. Basically the weekly session open, like between 9.3, 9.4. What did you guys vote, yes or no? And sorry, I should have specified between 107, 104. You guys voted yes. I voted no. Mostly based on how they traded right here. But I would still like them to try at least testing this 9.3 area, 9.4 during this period. Just so it keeps those odds favorable for... This was the more calculated point in time here. It sucks when like they know that the range could be limited, so they keep it very sideways. And they have to keep recycling ranges. That's why they take it down, take it back up. They first initially ramp it to the overhead, which is this 9496. And then from there kind of keep it back and forth, back and forth. Okay, so I voted no, but I still would like 9.3 to be tested, ideally, during this point in time. Otherwise, they'll keep this pretty delayed. Let's see here. All right, let's do the second pull now. So, retest highs by Izzy's calculated times between, I think it's between 1:12 through 1:16 p.m. There's some flips at 1:17 and 1:21 and 1:30, but my calculated times were between 1:12 and 1:16. Okay, let's get some votes on that. I only set it to 2 minutes just because we're running out of time here. Also, I think the stall here is definitely implying that delay that I just mentioned. There were some structural flips at 117, 121, 130, 138. 138 was a multi-flip. This, I should probably shade this in a different color because there was a lot of confluence around this point in the day. So likely between like the 136 to 138 time period. If they keep us stuck here this afternoon, they could stay stuck till 2:04, 2:09. At that point, we'd know that they're limiting range. There's even odds that they could keep us stuck till 3:42 today. That would really suck. Hopefully that's not the case. Yeah, those were some weekly targets if they cleared these areas here by midweek. Yeah, especially NVIDIA. So if they kept it stuck all the way till then, I wouldn't really be surprised. But hopefully they at least like retest 9496 before then. Do you know what I mean? Like, they don't have to necessarily give us 65 away, 65.10, but at least get us in this range up here. So we'll see here. 10 had no relevance, but I just marked it anyway, just to kind of see kind of the midpoint between this window here. 50-50. 50-50 then tells me they'll probably retest slight ranges, but not break maybe. Well, so far they're setting this up pretty decent for this window here. I just kind of wanted to see where the 110 would hit. These were the next, I didn't want to write all over this chart, but these are, isn't it letting me do that? Anyway, this is the period. I don't know why it's doing that. Pretty sure the odds were best at 114, 115, but we'll just see what they do here. How important is it that they at least get back to 9394 during this point in time? We did say that 9575 was the overhead. Right, here we go. Let's see. I voted yes here. For this time interval. I do think 932594 has to trigger at least by this 112 to give us those odds. I think the best odd was the 114 stick. 117 is not calculated, that's a flip. The calculated times were closer to like 112 and 115. Breaking during this point in time is what's going to give us the best odds of not staying stuck all afternoon. Otherwise, they could really increase odds of us staying sideways. So far, stalling 939325 here. All right, let's see. These were the calculated points. These ones here, 113, 114, 115. I don't remember if 116 was calculated or not. I know 117 was the flip. 113 is the first calculated time, so this is the retest for retesting weekly highs. These points here. So far stalling 9375. What do you guys think? Now that you're watching, these are calculated times for real-time session, by the way, for 4 p.m. So price at this point in time it really matters for the range we're going to get in real time today, okay? The price point here was more for the session. So this keeps session ranges in play. This is more for real time. So breaking these points, especially 9.4, 9.5, 9.3, at this point in time is extremely important. 14 had the best odds of this 9.4 retest or break. 64.94 being retested here at 114. 114, 115 I thought had the best odds of retesting the weekly highs and high of day. There were some odds around 117, 121, 120 as well. Those were more structural flips, more than calculated points in time. These were the calculated periods though. Here. So you can see how, do you see how they're fixated right around weekly open, weekly highs? Do you guys think that's a coincidence? Definitely not. Just like this calculated time was right around weekly open. Or not weekly open, sorry. Session open. Session close. So this isn't bad. Testing 9.4 is still pretty good. At least it's giving us an odd of keeping these ranges in play. It's just more so of them stalling at this point here. Could imply that they could delay. We'll see though, there's still a few minutes left. So 9.325 close. It looks like this is going to also close 9.325. This was the window here. This is where they could stall. See that range on that stick? I bet money that this could have. I would expect volatility to increase here slightly. This probably would have been the retest of highs. Do you see this? Off this 15 stick. So I could just tell by the way that that 14, 13 was trading that they're going to likely push down and reduce this. But those are still good closing points there. Do you see how they took it right? These are calculated times of day. Look, they took it right back to weekly open. That's insane. There wasn't really much progress made either. Like right back to 9.3, 9.325. So what do you guys think this is implying for PA here this afternoon? Based on what we just saw. Yeah, it seems like a maybe pinnable session. Our ranges could still be in play. Not really any progress made. Like everything's still kind of the same in terms of weekly open, session open, which means our ranges stay the same because we're still measuring off the same price points. Does that make sense? So our measurements haven't changed. Nothing's really changed. I would be more concerned if they don't take out high of day by, or at least retest it by this 136, 138 period. There's a lot of confluence here because if they don't do it by this point in time, that's where we could stay stuck all the way till 204, 209, potentially 240, 247. The windows start getting wider and wider here. Do you guys see this? Which means you could stay stuck. They have odds of staying stuck all the way till end of day today too, if they wanted to. So it starts to get very, very tight once we start hitting this box range here. So this was a good reversal back. They brought this to 9.394. We don't break at least 9.5, 9.6 though during this period. Like that's where we could really stay stuck. Does that make sense, guys? I just want to take a quick break before 1:30, 1:36. Need to use the washroom and get water and make coffee and stuff. There was some odds at 121 and 120. Can someone document these next few minutes here? I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Sorry guys, I'm chewing, so I didn't really want to talk, but I figured not much would happen here since they could delay this. Is 130 through 138 really a point in time though that we want to not at least retest 9596 during this period here? What do you guys think? So it's okay if we didn't do it during this period, like retesting weekly open, weekly highs. This is fine at these calculated points, but at this point in time between like 136, 138, what do you guys think? Just from looking at my chart. Why? This was the earliest odd. Someone document this 130 stick. Why is that important? Yeah, otherwise we can delay. We can reduce range, delay. I don't really know if we'll increase risk, but we can definitely just stay stuck. I would say, LI, that risk was already decreased when they held the 12, 13-point ranges back here and negated immediately, and then retraced the 17-point ranges back here at the calculated points in time. So I think, and then reset the weekly conditions back here to be back at 8693. So I think risk is already reduced this afternoon, but it would just limit us from staying stuck all afternoon. Does that make sense? It's more so about just being stuck and delayed, which is where you'd get like that really sideways price action. Maybe I'll make a latte. I haven't had an oat latte in so long. Did they break range yet, guys, or not? Not yet. What time is it? Try to get back before 3638. Alright, let's see. We had some pretty good odds for 3.6, 3.8 period. I really did not want to, like, even stall during this point in time, because that could delay us for literally another hour. 64, 95, 25 being retested here at 3.5. I should have done a poll for this time, but I didn't. What do you guys think? I really want them to take out this 9575. That's the overhead, and try testing 96 during this period. It would really, really help us in terms of not staying stuck in a very, very tight range. At least for like the second half of the session. All right, let's see. 3.6 wasn't a flip, guys. I just put that down because the odds were 3.7, 3.8, so I figured we could watch the 3.6 period. 3.7, 3.8 had the best odds this afternoon for a retest of high of day. These are actual flips, so. What is the high of day? 6,495.50. Can you guys hear me? Okay, I really don't want to stall at this point in time because this is what could keep us stuck. Okay, so breaking 9.5 here I think is very important, or at least breaking the 22-point ranges, which is the 9.5, 9.450, 9.550, 9.575. 9.575 I think is what gives us the better odds of a structure break. So let's see. Yeah, it is boring, but at least we know the ranges. Look at what they're doing. We nailed this. That's exactly what they did. Like at this point in time. What do you guys think? Quickly, yes, no? You think that they retest here at 3.8? So far, not looking like they'll break 9.550, but they could also have those minute delays like they did earlier. We can watch the follow-through stick, kind of like what happened back here. Back here. Yes, you think they will? I don't think so. So far, it looks like they're stalling 9.5. Maybe on the follow-through stick, though, which can help reduce risk of us staying stuck all the way till 204, 208, 209. They triggered 9475 and 95. So let's see here. Pretty decent follow through stick. At least are retesting 9525. Still would have been ideal though that they broke at 3.8, but it's still fine. They're still breaking 22 points in ranges here. I just don't want it to stay stuck. If they do something similar to what they did back here, like, you know, when we had the calculated time here and then they broke 2 minutes later, if they do something like that, then off 3.8, that they would break now, basically. So this 140 probably has a decent odd based on how they reacted back here, but that could increase volatility a little bit. 95.50 being triggered here at 1:40 p.m. We don't really have to get major breaks here, but at least retest high of day just so that it limits our odds of staying stuck all afternoon. I still would have preferred that they broke 9575 though during this period. So what do you guys think? They retested highs here, but didn't break them. This had the best odds of a high day retest during this period here. What do you guys think that implies? What do you guys think that implies? I am watching the 30-minute too, just because this is in line with that 9:30 open. We can also watch I think it was the 6 10-minute intervals. The 6 would be here at 4.2. These are just in line with low of day. Yeah, but what do you guys think this implies? They're definitely burning premiums a little bit today. No, that doesn't imply volatility. What about this price action implies volatility? If you sustain range here, you retrace the exact metric here, you went back and reset your session OR right here for your calculated flip. At your calculated time, you went back to your weekly session open, weekly session highs. At the calculated high of day retest, you retested highs. None of that implies volatility. Like, not a single thing here implies any volatility. Yeah, likely pinnable, right? Tightening in range. Likely staying within range. Like, that's how I'm reading this. Some retest here at 9.550. There's a bit of a window between 4.2 and 50. Yeah, to me this more so implies just a slow grind, like conditions being met but not extended. Does that make sense? So if your conditions are being met and it's not exceeding your expectations on either end, those are usually calculated pinnable sessions. Can our target still stay in play? It's crazy too that the market knows that it has to close over 9.575 to get a structure break here, and that's where it keeps stalling. Isn't that pretty funny? Like this, look, Obsession open. That's pretty funny. 9-6. $9,550. At least they got a close at 9. That's the first close over $9,550, guys. Right here. So that means there's definitely some odds. 148, 150 are generic times of day for the market. There are also some of the flips that we have of some times that are correlated with today's open and today's lows that we can watch for, like I was saying. They're also the midpoints between this calculated period and this calculated period right here. Like these points here. Do you see that? Because half of that range is 27, 28 minutes, right? From our calculated points here. Do you guys see this? This is also half of this range here. Whereas if we look at it from this point here at 3.8 through here, half of 26 probably gives us some odds right around here. Close to here. Like 50, 51. It's kind of like basically just before 2. So pay attention because your last hourly structure at 5, 9, and 1 is when they have that nasty stick reversal back here, okay? We didn't really have too much confluence there, but this would definitely be a good time to get some range breaks to kind of offset some of the previous volatility that we had here ahead of 1 o'clock. Like right at 1. So let's see, 150 is a flip, and it's also the midpoint between this period here and this extended period here, if they're going to delay. It does make it tricky when the range is so tight. I feel like this is where a lot of people screw up on days like this, because they don't really understand the kind of anticipated price action that we're gauging, or the limitation on range. Do you know what I mean? So for us, like, we know that 9-6 could stall and we'd be okay with that. We also know that they could keep this stuck until late afternoon. We're aware if they break these ranges here that we definitely have odds of like 02, 05, 07, 08. I do think though that breaking 9.5, 9.6 though, like 9.5's 50, 9.575, even if they don't do it during this period here, at least by this 204, 209 extension that we had, because like this isn't that bad. That's only like 10 minutes. Whereas this, like, do we really want to wait another 30 to 40 minutes to break 1 point? What do you guys think if they don't do it during this period here? And usually when you have multi-flips and odds like this, are you guys paying attention? Like this, What kind of price action could that entail? Think about it. Especially on a tightening range. So right now this is a tightening range. Sometimes when you have multi-flips and it's an expansion, you can get continuation. What about when you have multi-flips here, multiple odds in a tightening scenario at a major overhead, major wall? What could that mean? What kind of price action is that? Yeah, I don't really know if consolidation is the right word, but like maybe like slight progression. Like limitation in range. You know, like very tight PA. Consolidation is more snack if you're like consolidating like this. This is more consolidation. Does that make sense? This isn't really price consolidation. This is more of like, what's the proper verbiage for this? Like they're keeping it very, very tight in like small durations of time with multiple odds, which is like keeping it within like a 2-point range. Does that make sense? Like, so up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, like this. I would say this is more like tightening. Okay. There we go. 649,575 finally broken here off that 5-1 stick. 5-1 was the midpoint between these calculated periods here of 138 and 204, right? 138 and 204, half of 26 is 13 minutes. This was the calculated midpoint. That's really good because this helps us not stay stuck now. Can someone document this? And that's a new high of day. New high of day at the midpoint. Between 1:38 and 2:04 p.m. at 1:51 p.m. That's actually super important because this can help us avoid staying stuck beneath highs or beneath 9.6 all the way past 204, 208. These are the extended odds here that I had written down based on this 209 window. So like 15.5 minutes, which would be this bar here, right? This range here. I was thinking the 30-second interval of the 54 stick, so in like 5 seconds. Did they test 9625? They did. Do you guys understand what I was getting at in terms of that? Like, so I don't really consider this a consolidation period. It's just like multiple odds to retest a very similar range. This is the midpoint. And notice you're not really getting like mass expansion breaks or anything like that. It's also crazy too because look at the price points that they're doing it at between 9.4 and 9.6. What spot do we need to break where we can expect expansion on range? And we've already been preparing for this for 2 weeks now, 9.7. So it's not a coincidence that they're trading price action like this beneath 9.7. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. I didn't really know what kind of word to use. Here's the 5-4. This is the first 30-second interval that I was talking about. Do you see it? Look at the first 30-second interval here. Or the final third. That's the 15.5 minutes. See if they can get a closing stick. At least above that 9575. Yeah. And what's the good thing about this happening at this point in time, guys? I know this is extremely boring PA, but it's still very calculated. So it's still important to... So them testing 9550, 9575, closing at 9575, testing 9625. Why would this be beneficial for this period here? Like this period right here. Why could this be beneficial? Yes, it's keeping things in our control. But why would this be beneficial from a time perspective? From a time and price approach, why would this be beneficial for us? That they're hitting 9.6 here versus here. Why would that be beneficial for us? It's not about risk. Our risk is already reduced. We've talked about this. There really isn't that much risk this afternoon. It leaves more time. Yes, exactly. To trigger this 9-7 break, right? So it's more of like, if we waited all the way till here to test 9-6, okay, and then let's say we stall, that's where risk would increase, but more so delay. Do you know what I'm saying? Like that could delay us a lot. Whereas if you test 9.6 here, it gives you enough time to reverse and still enough time to retrace and still enough time to potentially break, right? We're trying to get into a new zone because we're still in the bear zone. Bear zone is between 8.8 and 9.8, 9.850-ish, okay? And the time interval is not too far spread. Like it's not as tight as this time frame here. Like these are very tight frames, right? But it's widespread enough that like 18 minutes, that's quite a bit of time. Do you get what I'm saying? Like that's still a lot of time. Like between here and here. Do you see what I'm saying? Like 10 minutes, that's not bad. Like that's enough time to go down, come back up, hold 9.4, 9.5. Do you get what I'm saying? Break 9.6, take out 9.7, test 9.8, hopefully test 9.9. It's a big enough window, but not too big. It's not as big as this. Do you get what I'm saying? This is too big of a window. This is where you could stall, consolidate. That's too much time, okay? Too much time means that's where maybe your risk could increase. I think risk is decreased based on what happened back here, but technically speaking, if they had stalled highs, then that's where risk. This gives us time to actually break and expand. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, this is exactly what we want to see happen here before too. 6496.50 being tested. Super close to testing 9.7 here. 9.7 is the stick breaks that we need, around 9.725. Remember what I was saying earlier? Hopefully they can offset the risk that they had back at 1 with that nasty downside stick here, and they do the inverse and break 9.7 ahead of 2. If we're above 9.7 ahead of 2, is that good for us this afternoon? There's a lot of structures that go between 2 till 4 p.m. or duration till close. 2 p.m. is usually a pretty big structure. Yes. 9675 tested here. We want to try offsetting the risk that we had back here at 1 and getting a potential 9.7 break here for 2 o'clock. They're setting this up super nicely. If we break 9.7, do we have odds to expand? We even have an expansion window here between 204 and 209. Yes, okay, so this is really good timing for them to try breaking 9.7. Which is why we're much better off testing during this period here. Because not only is this a high of day break and a weekly high break, it's a big wall structure break, right? And also prevents us from being delayed for another 35 to 40 minutes. We don't want to be stuck for another 35 to 40 minutes to even just test high of day or 9697. Do you get what I'm saying? 9625 close there at 159. 9675 stall. 9675 is also extremely calculated. That's a really big spot for us. This would be the odds of testing 97 at 2 p.m. Let's see who thinks we're going to do it here. 9725 is the overhead. Odds seem better closer to like 02, 03, 04, but we'll see what they do here. Ideally, we want to try getting to the 64.98, 75, 64.99. When I measured earlier, there was a lot of confluence here. Remember how I said the reset spots that we had? Like back here. Where was it? Back here? These could be the 12, 13 point ranges. Do you see this? Which also aligns with today's session open. Okay, so that's why I was thinking there could be some overhead here in these spots. Especially off the closing sticks here. Like right around here. Do you see that? So there's a little bit of overhead even if we do break. You can kind of see it, kind of like around 02, 03. Basically the neutral spots, which is exactly where we want to be. We want to get to the neutral spots today. What's the neutral zone? Where do you enter neutral? What price points? Don't get this wrong. The answer is actually on the screen. What points in price do you enter a neutral zone? I should have done a poll. No, that's really wrong. Just kidding. Not that wrong, but closer to like 9850, 99. Okay, so okay, let's vote on this really quickly since I was a little bit late posting that. It's okay if we didn't break at 2. Odds were better around 203, 04 anyway. Stalling at this point in time in price, though, that's where we could see some risk maybe come on and then some, because is 9.7 really a spot that you guys want to stall in general? Like, not even just for today's session, in general on the week. Do we really want to stall 9.7? No, especially not on our, like, our second attempt. This is our first real attempt of testing here. And it would be so ideal if they did break during this window just because we have a bit of a period between 04 and 09. Sorry, that should say, what would I, that should say 04 to 09. I don't know why I put 03, 04. No. So far, the way that price is trading at 03 is putting it at some tiny risk. But they can easily try to retract this. You can see that they're fighting that volatility off 9.5 here, bringing it back to 9.575. Do you see that on this stick? 9.575 open at 04. Sorry, I meant to, let's redo that poll. 204, 209. PM 64.97, 2.5 break. Okay. Let's redo that. Could definitely get volatile here. These are also huge spots in general, not just for calculated ranges, but even for the weekly ranges. Lots of confluence around 9.6, 9.7. It's not a coincidence. Those are calculated ranges. Let's get some votes on that, guys. Come on. This is our big 9.7 test for the week. What's wrong with you guys? Let's get some votes. There's almost 60 people watching, one person voting. That's kind of insane, especially for a 9.7 test that we've been waiting for all week. Thanks, Slipperman. Midpoint here is around this 07, 06. I'd say if they're not at least back over 9.625 by 07, then I'd be a little bit concerned, because that's where, like I said, they could really start to increase volatility here during this period. This is basically the period that you're kind of between here. So if they keep it, if they take it obviously back below 9394, that's an issue, okay? If they keep it kind of in between around 95-ish, 9550, which is also the 22-point ranges for today's session, to me that implies a delay. Does that make sense? Like, and so far they're keeping it right between 9450, 95. No real structure breaks yet though, beneath 94 or above 9575. Kind of like this is the upside that has to break. This is the downside that has to break. Anything in between here is neutralized. Aw, thank you, Snack. You didn't have to do that. Thank you so much. You're the best. Thank you. I hope you have profits every single day. Wow, are you guys seeing the 07 midpoint? That's crazy. They actually took it back to this 9.6. That's nuts. Wow, this was the odd to see what direction they want to try taking. So far direction still has some odds of, I know, and that's the median point between 04 and 09. That's crazy. So that keeps that odd in play for a retest at 09. I should have done one more pull here, but it's okay. Because then otherwise, if they keep it stuck, Snack, that's where you're on the right track, where like they could then consolidate. This could be a consolidation period. Does that make sense? Like, because then we have some more range to work with between just beneath 9.6 and maybe above like 8.8, 90, whatever, 9.1. And the time range is wider, right? And it could extend even longer. So let's see what they do here. So far stalling. Usually 212 is a generic flip for the market, and 210. I didn't have that marked, but I mean, I guess if we're using that 10-minute off today's open, we could watch 210. How are the YouTube folks doing? I didn't realize there was a few people on YouTube watching. This isn't necessarily bad though. Like them bringing it back above 9575 and 96 during this period is still beneficial for bulls. I just would prefer that they try holding the line here. This is the exact kind of P I expected after they didn't reset anything here and took it a bit lower. Plus there's also earnings after the bell. Yeah, that's another thing you could watch for too, is individual names getting stick breaks at calculated times. Like for instance, Tesla hitting this spot right here. Do you know what I'm saying? Like just like it did yesterday. Remember when Tesla hit at 321? And Apple also hit yesterday. I'm not sure if Apple hit today, but yesterday Apple hit at a calculated time. Look, even some of the individual names. NQ also had better structure breaks here too. At 07, 08. Yeah, Microsoft seems to be one that usually can sometimes do better on its own. Oh, look at that. See, there's that 210 stick. The 10-minute could be used today, guys, because it's in line with 930, which is also in line with low of day. Okay. We can also use the 6-minute for that same reason, because it's intact with this 929, 930 period. And that runs till 212, which is why I was saying we could include like the 2-3 minute delays. Did we also have 2-3 minute delays today? Don't get this wrong. Did we have 2-3 minute delays today based on how we're tracking at our yes, we did, right? So based on this, we could maybe see volatility occur 2 minutes after, and that's been the case with most of these. So meaning we could maybe watch this. Oh, 9, 10. Plus bulls took control here off the mid stick. There we go. Finally 9725 break. 64.9725 broken on that 2 minute interval at 212. Bulls kind of took control back off that midpoint at 207. Super important that when they break 97, they kind of trigger this 9725 spot. 9725 is the actual calculated point. We did have some odds around 98, 25, 75, 99 that we're watching for here. Wow, thank you. Thanks so much, Brendan. Wow, 9725 close, guys. This can help us get those ranges that we need. Look for volatility here. There's the 98. Look at it. 9875 in a single stick. That's the exact price action I'd expect on a 9725 break. Exactly to 99. Look at that. You're telling me that's not impressive? And we knew that that would happen if they close above 9725. They take it directly to 98. 75, 99. That's insane. That is crazy. And these are also the calculated ranges today too. Isn't that so cool? We know the exact price point that has to break to give us this range. And usually the ratios end up aligning too. So this is where we could get that expanded break, guys. 6501, whatever the spots I said, 0375, 04. Keep a very, these are like the best points here to try getting some SPX trades. Thank God, because my position was stuck there for a while. Look at that. Look, 6501, 02. These are the exact spots we just talked about. Look at these breaks at 9725. That's crazy. These are the resets here. These are also going to be the 13 point, 12 point intervals. Look, 12 points here. Off that 8775 calculated time, which also happened to be the session open and session close. Look at this 13 point break here. Off that 87. Do you see it? Look. Crazy. These are the extended breaks. The big overhead is going to be around this spot here, 03, 0375. That's the 17 point break, guys. That's, well, no, these were our ranges for today. I'm just telling you that we knew that once you close above 9725, you get this range, like to 9875, 9901. It's the neutral spots. We talked about it all morning. Like, where do I lose you guys sometimes? Like, sometimes I'm like, what? Didn't we say that once they break 9.7 wall, you'll easily get that break of 9875, 99, 01, 02 with the overhead being 0375? Even like the ranges off the session are calculated around there too. You're supposed to be able to see this volatility here is what you're seeing, right? It unlocks that big wall with the neutral ranges. And this was the 12 points off open and the 13 point range. Do you get what I'm saying? These, that's not a coincidence that they broke it there. This, and it's also off our calculated time of day. Do you see it? When they broke these spots here? Do you see that? Right? That's not a coincidence. Look at how calculated this is on that break. And 02, 03 has some overhead. It's kind of like between 01, 02, but the bigger overhead is around 0375. That's the kind of break that we need. I think this is also, it basically aligns with being the 32, 33 point break from lows. Okay? That's where you could get that expansion scenario to retest all-time highs. Does that make sense? Because all-time highs is aligned with 34 points off session open. It's also aligned with the 44 points, I'm pretty sure we said, off yesterday's open and close. These areas here. Do you see it? Do you guys see that? These spots? And then it's also aligned with the 22 points off today's actual session open. It's insane. There's so much confluence today. Look at that. These are the bigger overheads though. The 17 point range break, I'm pretty sure, is right in here around 0375. Do you guys not remember when they stalled 02 back here, 0250? That's why we pulled back the next day, and then came back on the 13th, 14th. Okay, lots of overhead around the 02, 01 area because the big spot is around 0350, 0375. That's the 17 point range from today's open and yesterday's close. Right in here. Do you see it? So, but breaking 9.7, you're basically in a range between here and here. Basically where my orange spot is, okay? Do you see it? How many points do you normally have to break a zone? Or half a zone? How many points is it? This could be another way of looking at it. How many points do you normally have to break? which is where the 12, 13 points comes in from, by the way. 6.5 points usually, right? 6.5, 5.75 to 6.5. Okay, that's the same thing as breaking 6.5 points from 9725. It's 0375. That's where you'll get some better structure breaks. There was someone in here that was new this morning that was talking about 650305. Who was it? Who was that person? This is insanely impressive that they did this post 212 though. Like they really saved the day here at 207.09. Like they really did not want to give this up for bulls. Oh, that was good job on that. So your analysis definitely aligned with mine. But you see the importance of these stick breaks here on those price points? Like they're not going to break it directly to 0375.05. Okay, like that they wouldn't have done, but them breaking at least 9875.99 here was very important because because technically could these areas be max ranges for the session today? Yeah, it could be, right? Also, do you think it's a coincidence that they'd break during this point in time when we have a window as wide as this? What do you guys think? No, because how do I explain this? Basically, this period here, let's say, between like, let's say 204 and 207, like this period here. Do you see how it's holding 9.4 here? Do you guys think, like, this is insane. Look, these points in the day, the 204, 209 period, do you see how they basically stayed above 9.4 but beneath 9.6? Do you see this? Then as soon as this period ended, they broke 9.7, 2.5. Okay, like these are the actual spots. But what else did they do here? So they broke our 9725, hit exactly 9875.99, stalled 0102. What else did they do here? And the period, I think, runs till about here. Usually market has decent odds around 230, 32, 36 in general, 38. Those are generic clips on a day-to-day basis. But what did they do here, guys, during this time period? This is pretty important because these could be some potential max ranges for the session. What did they do here, guys? We already know that these areas are extremely calculated for today. Off opening range, off lows, off close. What did they do during this time period here? Come on. What did they do during this time period, guys? And we're probably approaching midpoint, so hurry up. Yeah, but they also made sure to not break the upside range. Do you know what I'm saying? Like they did that intentionally because if they would have broke 037504 during that point in time, they really could have expanded. So they're being very strategic about the exact price points that they're meeting, especially at these points in time. If they break these points during these midpoints, is this going to help our odds of getting an 0875, 10, 12 break today? What price points do we want to try achieving today? Yeah, we really want to try tagging that 10 spot today. So off this reset here, they're basically stalling 17 points off of today's open and today's lows. Do you see how they stalled 30 points? Like they're not going to break 32, 33 points that quickly. Do you see what I'm saying? Because if they do, off today's lows and today's open, what would that mean? They're really smart about this. Like they did this intentionally, that today's opening range and low range is just beneath 6508. Okay, just above 6503. Do you see how that neutral range can keep it slightly back and forth? Especially if they have major earnings after the bell. That makes so much sense. Because these are the ranges that we could get. NVIDIA earnings could definitely get us that push if they... These are also the 34-point ranges off of today's session open. Like our 6520s. We're working likely within the 44-point intervals today, though, based on how it's traded all day between 22 points. Does that mean that we could test the full zone today? Based on today's opening range? I don't think we could do that in real time, okay? We didn't really have high odds till the 28th, but I guess if NVIDIA reports good earnings, it could help. What's the top of the zone, usually? What's the top of the zone, guys, usually, from our base theory here? Yeah, around 3132. Does today look like a zone day to you guys? And I said it this morning. This is a perfect zone day. In the exact, yes, it is. What do you mean no? It's an 8-7 open. That's a zone open. This is in the zone, right? The exact 44 points today from open to close is the top of the zone too. That's insane. Isn't that crazy? Your zone is composed of 44 points, you guys. I don't know if you guys know that. That's where the 44-point metric comes in from. And usually your 22-ish points is like the top of your neutral spots around the 10, 12, 13, which is why you can go in between there. Do you get what I'm saying? Which is why 17-point breaks sometimes could work out better for structure. Does that make sense? So it's the same thing. This is your 44-point break right here. That's the top of your zone, which is why the neutral spots also have a lot of confluence today, because if they want to stall halfway through, that's 6409, 6410, 6408, which happens to be your all-time high. That's not a coincidence that they opened here today, especially if NVIDIA is reporting. Do you see how this is a perfect zone day? If you're someone that struggles with price points, calculations, whatever, just use the base theory. No problem, Matt. Does that make sense, though, to you guys? Usually the 43, 44 ratios are the zone total, okay? And then usually to get the full extension, what's 44 plus, like basically 43 plus 64, 66. That's where usually where you can get like the 107-point ranges. So we'll see what they do here. A good midpoint would be the 33, 32 point bars, which is going to be around the 65.20s, which is also equivalent to 44 points off today's real-time session open. Do you see the confluence there? And these are all off the weekly report, so everything is in line today. It's just more so about how much range they actually want to give us today, because we didn't really have super high odds for range on the 27th, but aw, thank you so much. Thanks for the sub. Well, Noble Mom, were you listening earlier? These resets here at 12:45, 46, this is for the session. Okay, if you're paying attention. This is for real time. Okay, so if you're measuring, they happen to be the exact same prices as your real-time session open, and your session open ended up being your exact session open, and this ended up being your weekly highs on that reset back in here at 9394, sorry, 649325, I think it was 6494. So are you listening? So if this is based off the session, you could be limited on the session. Do you get what I'm saying? To back to here, that's 22 points. And that time of day was a calculated time to give you an idea of how much range you could get for the session, right? So they could limit that in terms of that. And then on the real-time basis, if they really decide to break, we had some odds around 9325, which is your weekly open anyway. Do you see what I mean? That's where you have some odds if you expand this afternoon to 6515, and that's for real time. Okay? And that's only going to happen if you can take out 0875, 05, which makes sense because that's your all-time high. Those are your ranges for the real-time session today. I'm not explaining this a fourth time. That's the last time I explained that. Whereas this could be your ranges for the actual full session if they decide to expand with NVIDIA earnings. Got it? Maybe some channel entries. I'm not sure if they give us channel entries today, but these are off the report. But I think it's going to depend on how much range we get in real time, to be honest. Like, remember how we always say, didn't we say that we're always in a zone before, didn't we say that we're always in a zone before NVIDIA earnings? I swear we've said that. And the zone that we're in usually helps us determine the kind of range that we're going to get. Hi, Stockstream. We're doing pretty well today. We're hitting ranges, so that's good. We're doing them at the exact points in time too, which is pretty nuts. I'm not sure if you just got here. You're the streamer that I watched the other day, right? I think I gave you a follow. I think you're probably the only person I follow here now in Stock Guys. Yeah, it was you. Everyone give Stockstream a follow. I tuned into his stream the other day when we had a very slow day on ES. He's a really great streamer. A really good trader too. Thank you. I am. We're by the minute here. And to the point in price. We'll see if we trigger these ranges today. We're getting pretty close. Thank you so much. Thanks for tuning in too. They triggered Tesla around here too, but so far stalling off that range here. Kind of similar spots on Tesla around that 60 or around that 351 area is pretty much the same as ES being beneath that 6503.75. Isn't it insane too though that we knew that they could keep us delayed throughout this period here? So more specific on these range breaks here, they can kind of keep us stuck beneath 03 for a good 35 to 40 minutes. Dunks, how do you not have a position though? How did you not already have a position, especially on the reversals that we had back here and the sustainment that we had? All right, let's do one more poll because sadly, if they really want to keep us stuck this afternoon, especially if they're going to try limiting things a little bit. Let's see, 6503, 75, test. These were the intervals that we had. I'm going to set this to 2 minutes for you guys to vote. If they do decide to keep us stuck during this period here, especially beneath this 0375, which I think is likely the area that's a little bit more calculated today, this is where I said that we could end up consolidating for a pretty long duration of time, just because we technically don't have to extend much more range than this in real time today. Like, especially if we're working with 22 to 33 point intervals, like 33 points off today's lows is pretty close to already hitting a max range on the session, right? Like this is not far off. And we already know that these areas could be a pretty big overhead. Yeah, Microsoft was really clean today. A lot cleaner than Apple. I think someone in here was trading that one earlier on Microsoft. Microsoft, I think we had said, let me just, I don't remember if we measured the exact intervals, but I think we were saying that we can kind of start watching around a similar type frame or range through here, like especially on these breaks. So you could probably start looking for points and turnaround starting today, if that makes sense, like on a time basis. Especially if they hold off these intervals here, like above this range in here. And that could give them the retest of this area up here for Q4 or Q3, end of Q3. Probably needs back over that 521 though. They had their dividend date though, right? Yeah, it's usually the point from clearance, so when does that, oh, that ends on my birthday, September 23rd. How do I, I charted it on stream not long ago. I'm pretty sure what we did with this one is, do you want the fibs? I think we just did the 11-month extended ranges off of this. Or the annual ranges. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was just an extension, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure it was off the 11 months. From a range perspective, it's also similar to essentially breaking close to this. I don't know if you can see that. Do you see this? I can clear this up, but it might be hard to see. Do you see that? Does that make sense? Kind of like this kind of range here. It's between like 135 to 140 points. If you look at it from like the opening range, this is a very simplified way of looking at it, guys. I don't want to talk too much about this because I already talked about this a lot last week, but kind of like this. So you could, if you want to use exact open to close ratios, I would use it off the 11 month. I would go with 135.83. I think is a good range to work with. That should give you a very, very, very close idea of the bigger overhead areas that you have here on Microsoft. It should be pretty close to this range in here, like this area here. I think like close to here. Thank you so much. Have fun at Costco. Don't spend like $1,000. I went the day before to buy water and I spent $400 somehow. I'm like, how does this always happen? Every single time. Like, why does that always happen? So if you look at this from like the previous year's open or close, do you see this? I know this is kind of exact, but it does help sometimes. Okay, they're getting super, super close to that. Okay, so it's not that far off. Like, look. So you definitely have to break your prior. I know I used a fib before, but you can definitely incorporate this if you wanted to, or just jot down these levels if you want for Microsoft. But these are definitely the overheads. And it's pretty obvious. Do you see this? And if you adjust it here, like look, I swear, I bet if you adjust it from open closing ratios here, it's probably so close to that 560, 561 area. That's the overhead that you have to break. And that's probably the increments it's working with. So if you end up clearing this spot, you probably have another odd of getting, that basically means that you could get to 700 on this thing. Those are usually expansion ratios, and guess what? This is the fourth bar. 1, 2, 3, 4. Usually fourth bars expand, so. I didn't really measure from like the bottom range up, but yeah, this is probably where structure broke. Do you see that? This is maybe more so if you want to do like some midpoints here or open to close ratios. Do you see this? Open to close versus high to low. This is an open to close ratio. Open to close, open to close, open to close. You're not going to get major breaks unless you close above that. Yeah, or you could just apply that fib that we applied on there too. That's another way. I feel like sometimes people get confused with math ranges. All right, let's see. We had some odds around 1248 to 1250 on a retest here. I knew that we would, Snack, are you here? You see how we consolidated? This is consolidation. And it makes sense from a time perspective because we had a wider duration of time. This isn't a consolidation period back here. This was a tightening period back here, trying to decide direction. Does that make sense? This is consolidation. That's what I was saying earlier. Like we have a higher odd to consolidate between 215, 212 until around as late as 247. So far they're definitely trying to get some breaks here. 246 getting a nice stick. 245, sorry. We have odds of retesting here at as early as sorry, I put 248, but it's actually 247. 247, 248, 250. Did you guys vote yes or no on that? I don't remember. Just staying above 98, 99, smaller range. Not really just back and forth. Longer period of time. I'd say at least 30 minutes. You need to consolidate. I guess think about it from a very base human approach, right? Do you consider like if someone was like, oh, you're booking reservations or something, or you go into like a busy restaurant or a store or something, like most people are usually okay waiting in line for like 5, 10, 15 minutes, right? The threshold for most humans is like once it's a half hour or more, then they start to contemplate. Do you know what I'm saying? It's kind of the same thing with consolidation. Usually it has to be at least a period of half an hour. Otherwise, I don't really consider that much of a consolidation period. And it has to be at a range that's relatively safe to consolidate, right? So what would be considered safe for us to consolidate? What price point? Above what? And it makes total sense. Where would we be okay to consolidate? And someone earlier had said something, I think it was, who was it? I think it was, someone said increased risk. Who was it? Oh. Tash, I think? Okay. Where are we safe to consolidate? Above what? Obviously above 9.7, right? Do you think I really want to consolidate in this period for half an hour, 40 minutes beneath 9.7? No. Okay, that's where risk can increase. So I think, Tash, you were saying earlier that that increases risk. That wasn't the case there, right? Risk already was decreased based on what they did back here. Risk would have only increased if we were beneath 9.7 during this consolidation period. Does that make sense? Because at that point, you haven't even hit your ideal range and you're consolidating beneath a big wall, right? So you obviously want to nest in an area of comfort. Just think about it from like a human approach. Like you're more inclined to like take a long nap or a rest or a break after you got some work done, right? You're not going to do it if you have a lot on like a lot on the table. Does that make sense? Like market is kind of the same thing. Like you definitely want to be nesting above 9.7 here, maybe beneath 03. Bigly TA on anything? What do you mean? CLX? Yeah, well, I'd keep going, but then I'd lose my voice, guys. You guys want me to stream the 28th and 29th? I can't talk for 6 hours straight. Oh, I haven't traded Clorox in so long. Clorox, I'm pretty sure the last we looked at this, I don't know if it was I think it was a 7-month range. Or maybe it was a 6, I don't remember. But I know it broke past, oh no, it was a 9-month. Do you see this? This is like a really good area of supply and demand right here. Do you see that? On the 9, you can't really see it on some of these other frames, but you can see it pretty clearly on some of these 8-month, 9-month, 10-month. I don't think it's visible on the yearly. Pretty sure it stalls on... Yeah, see, it's not, you can't see it on the yearly, okay? But you can see it on these frames here. And it's essentially kind of when they stall that major area of supply back here. I don't know if you can see this. Could put you in that cycle for a minimum of eight months, potentially, right? So it's because this period started off that 8-month interval. And this flips over September 2nd. So you have some odds to start getting retracement back starting September, if that makes sense. Because that was the earliest interval on this. Does that make sense? And it's like this for a lot of the consumer defensive names. A lot of them kind of went into some downside this year. Maybe because of the tariffs too, but yeah, this one, Campbell's, a lot of those other ones are really good for, even General Mills. I also like the 10-month structure too, because you can kind of look at it like this. If it, I have a theory that usually when things go down or up, you can usually get like fourth bars, exhaustion. This would be 1, 2, 3. You see how exhausted on the fourth bar? And then usually you count 3 more bars, 4, 5, 6. 7th is usually an exhaustion or expansion period. Clearly it exhausted here. Do you see this? And then you can normally get another 3 bars up to 10 to see if it can come back around. So this would be 8, 9, 10. That runs through November, and that's probably your 11-month flip. And it's almost similar in range too. Did they end up holding that spot there on this? So this is basically testing that 10-month support right there off here. And it has its flip date on the 2nd. Thanks for the idea on that one. I'll keep that one on watch too. What did you end up doing? Leaps on that? Because this would be the earliest point in time to enter. It could kind of go back and forth for like this period of time, right? And especially, I guess they have earnings too, end of October. So this would align well with that November 3rd period. But the way it's positioned, it could definitely get turnaround for 2026 if they hold the line here. You just really don't want it coming back beneath. I really like the 10-month structure. I think this does a good job. And you could probably go back to, oh, okay, sorry. You could probably go back to the January 3rd to November 1st period just to see how it reacted there in 2023 and see if there's some similarities. This one was that. Oh, they had earnings here. Well, they had a huge surprise then too. That's interesting. That's kind of like a catalyst alignment with that. Then they had like a massive gap. I would definitely maybe focus on those dates. Also, mostly because it aligns with the structural flips with that too in the rotation period. How did I hold? Because I was pretty confident we'd get that break today. Plus, we had some pretty good entries this morning off 7.4 and 7.8. My chart looks insane now. I'm sorry, guys. This looks kind of crazy. And my favorite ones to trade are usually, I love trading Pepsi. Pepsi's one of my favorites. I feel like Pepsi usually gets good range. Same with Coke. I like trading Kroger sometimes too, but Kroger can be slow. What's that one other American store that you guys have in the States? What does it start with? An A, I think. Does it start with an A? Forget the name. No, not Walmart. We have Walmart in Canada. Relax. Walmart? Come on. Yeah, Albertsons or Aldi or something like that. Maybe it's ACI. Yes, it is ACI. Yeah, this is kind of a boring stock, but this is sometimes a pretty cheap alternative to just buying common stock, I find, for some of these consumer names. This was the one that I was really interested in for next year, just because they're expanding in Canada. Yeah, I used to have a theme back during the exhaustion year when we had some volatility called boring is soaring because boring names are doing so great, like gold, General Mills, or even like the lower volatility tech stocks like GE. GE is just insane. This thing since that massive double bottom back here, remember back in 2022? This was my 2023-2024 pick. No, we don't. I don't think so. At least not in this part of the world. IBM was another one. These ones, they just like look at these Oracle. These have been such nice clean tech names to trade, especially during those volatile periods. I don't think we have that store here, at least not where I live. No breaks during this period, guys, implies that they could still keep this stuck now till pretty late in the session. I mean, we could maybe look for imbalance prints, like that's probably the midpoint here, but remember I said that they could keep us stuck until around 340, 342, basically till end of day if they really wanted to pin the close near the highs. Yeah, I see videos all the time, but we don't have that here. But you guys don't have Superstore in the States. Or Loblaws. Right? Like President's Choice, I'm pretty sure is Canadian. We also don't have CVS here or Walgreens. We have our own versions. And we have Shoppers Drug Mart. It's both my niece's birthdays today. That's crazy that this is an entire hour and a half duration if they actually keep this stuck. So the best point, we've had a lot of mid odds today for turnaround. So I mean, I guess we could maybe just kind of watch to see where we're trading at this point. The issue is we're so close to max ranges for real time that the market really doesn't have to do too much more here if it doesn't want to. I should probably charge my phone. It's at 1%. That's what I should do. Are you not streaming today, StockStream, or did you stream earlier today? Oh, thank you for the cheered bits. Buc-ee's? What the hell is Buc-ee's? That's Canadian? I've never heard of that. But also Western Canada and Eastern Canada have different stores, because I heard that Eastern Canada doesn't have Safeways. Is that true? That you guys don't have Safeway in Toronto? A Walmart version of a gas station? Yeah, no, I don't think we have that here. We have Esso, Petro Canada. I think those are the biggest gas stations here. Some Chevrons, not as many. We definitely have way more Canadian gas stations here. That sounds... What? That's crazy. All right, guys, we're stuck in our consolidation period. We talked about this earlier this afternoon, that they could keep us stuck if they stall this 03 range. A duration of a minimum 35-40 minutes, potentially all the way through 90-95 minutes until end of session, especially if they want to pin the close. Lots of upside calculations around the 0875, this 0375, 04 area. Citigroup's getting a pretty nice break this afternoon, if anyone took that. I mentioned earlier too that we can probably range, like this 95-20 break is huge for Citi. This also held the 50% intervals from 1995. I know that sounds insane, but it was a really good break when we looked at this on Citi. Do you guys remember that gap range? It's right back here. Such a clean move on this too. Like this here. See it? Remember? Today's the first day that they're actually closing above this box, guys, which means they could definitely be headed and kind of see the range here. I think these were the areas we were looking at before. Do you see the structural breaks right here though? Like, especially on these bars. Do you see that? And this is a really nice 3-bar too. Look at the structural ranges here in terms of support. Plus, where they opened today was really, really, really good for price action. So this break is still kind of going. It also aligns with the 2008 sell-off. Okay. Which is really good. These are very important price points for Citigroup. And these were kind of like the mid-structure breaks right here. Kind of close to here. So basically, if they get some breaks above this range here, they could easily extend, and I'll show you. Do you see that? Do you guys see how nice of a break this is? Even from open to close, 95.20 was the calculated area. Right in here, I think. This basically sets us up for that 107 spot. Well, I did City just because I already had it charted before and it was a bit easier for me, but they all look good. Like JPM looks good, so does Goldman. This one was just a bit easier because it's right from this 94.98 to the 97.38 spot. We said today we could focus on the red areas, right? So if they do get a structure break right here, I think we said we'd be looking for that 97.60. ES still stuck in that range. So I need you guys to start setting some conditions for this afternoon. What do you guys think in terms of some structural support? So they stalled 65.02, 50, 65.03. What do you guys think? What would have to be some structural support? It's pretty obvious. It's on the chart, but... I play Russell sometimes. It's just... because I write on Substack about ES, sometimes it's easier to just focus on ES. Because most people are following that or trading it, but it's like... And I've been trying my best not to only trade ES just because it's what I'm writing about or teaching you guys, because I do like trading individual names, and some of my trading friends have yelled at me for that, like to not just stay fixated on ES because it's what we're looking at. Do you know what I mean? Like I do like trading individual names, so I've been trying my best to stick to what I used to do before streaming. I'm not really a volume trader though. I'm a time and price trader. I trade based on time and price. So I try aligning time with price and time ranges. Liquidity for me is supposed to come after. Like basically I need to trigger the time points before volume comes in. I'm not hunting for volume. I'm getting in ahead of volume, if that makes sense. So like usually on these specific points in time and intervals, like especially for a price points trigger like this, do you see this? Look at the volume that triggered here right after. Do you see that? And it's off that 9725, 98 break. You weren't here earlier for this part of the stream. The 9-7 break was kind of my weekly plan. As soon as this 9-7 triggers, liquidity should come in at 9-7, 9-8, and it should take out 9-8, 9-9 in single stick breaks. Yeah. What do you normally trade? Yeah, there's not many time traders. Like I haven't really come across many, but I definitely have my own style of trading for sure. I definitely like trading a lot of lower volatility names though, like the ones you were talking about. I traded a bunch from 2016 through 2024, like the lower IB names, especially the defensives or those lower IB tech names. But I'm Canadian too, so I've traded a lot of Canadian stocks too, right? And I've traded a lot of material names, copper, gold, stuff like that, oil. Yeah, I am. Which part of the States are you in? Is Twitch the only platform you use, or do you use anything else? I'm pretty new to Twitch, but I've been around on Twitter and Discord. Yeah. There's some advantages of being Canadian and then some major disadvantages. At least they're starting to reduce some of the fee structures here on some platforms. Because honestly, that's what's made it so much more difficult to trade over the years is just like the super expensive fees and the structures that we have here. Usually paying $10 in, $10 out is not really feasible for day trading, you know what I mean? All right, guys, you're supposed to set the conditions for us this afternoon. Oh. Well, that's a really pretty spot to be in. Oh, you're not that far. Lake Tahoe. I live like an hour from Banff, if you've ever heard of it. I've always wanted to go to Lake Tahoe, but then I'm like, it looks too much like here. So some volatility picking up here ahead of these midpoints. Our previous midpoint was this 07 period. So conditions, I was waiting for you guys to answer, but no one did. Stalling 6503.75 area. I would say 64.94 to 92 area for some back test here, especially ahead of these midpoints. Some volatility can start to increase as we get closer to this 312, 315 interval. Kind of like what we had back here. They could easily try to negate and retrace. These are basically the points in the day that could take us back to opening range, since when we reset back in here at this point here, no progress was really made. They kind of just kept us right back to where we were. And this is kind of what could keep us essentially back and forth. So we'll see if they negate. What do you guys think? Do you think they hold the line here? Pretty big spot. They've got 2 minutes to negate, and especially off opening range, that's a lot of pressure right here and quite a bit of range. I think that had to have been used on that stick. Okay. That's why I was asking you guys, what do you think the conditions would be? And I was going to say, they definitely have to hold this 9794 area. Otherwise, we'd be at that risk again of coming back to retest that 8786 range. This is essentially close to like the 12, 13 points in offset, which should be very close to that 07, 08. Do they have odds to negate here? I should have done a poll for you guys, because these are off the 4, 5, 4, 6 calculated points in time. Do you see it? What do you guys think? These were some of the midpoints we had this afternoon. They're kind of our final midpoints for the session until close. $312, $313 volatility sticks. with odds to try to immediately negate around 315, 16, 17. Otherwise, there's going to be a huge risk of retracting back. What do you guys think? I was trying to get you guys to set the conditions so that you guys would be prepared for both sides, but no one said anything. You can see like the risk as soon as we broke this yellow line here. Do you see that? Look. Because you can't really afford to go back beneath 9.4. Otherwise, it'll take you right back to that 8.650, basically the calculated time of day stick right here at 244, 245. If you can sustain that stick, could this still keep you in play till the duration of the session? So this was our calculated time frame right here. These points here. Could this still keep you in play? What do you guys think? They basically broke beneath, closed above, sustained over this area here. What do you guys think? This is our midpoint in the session. Like, this is our final midpoint here too. Similar time period to back in here. And back in here when they could have taken it either way and they ended up breaking it up. Kind of like, actually, remember how I said here we had the risk of going to the upside or downside if they broke up below or beneath during this point in time? This is probably the risk down. Okay, off of here versus the risk up. Okay. Does that make sense? Like this was the upside reward, downside risk. It's the same thing. This is the midpoint interval right here. This right here, back at 207. They broke up. Okay. So what do you think you'd have to do during this point in time to limit this risk here? Especially off these sticks. What do you have to do here? And it's pretty obvious. But what do you guys think? We can mark an extra minute here too in case I was off. What do you think you'd have to do here? I don't think 9.4 is quite high enough. You probably need at least over 9.475, 9.550 area to offset some of this risk. 9.4 is probably enough to neutralize it, like just getting back in this range here. Let me see. 55. So yeah, these were the midpoints here. From here till actual close. Let me see. Half of 73. Yeah, I like to use the 1 minute usually for like the price measurements, because I like to see the times of day at a calculated point. It's a little confusing, but basically this time of day back here at 12:45, 46, kind of like the midpoint of our week and the session, to see if they wanted to reset the open, but they didn't. They took it exactly to that same price point, which leaves the exact same ranges in play for the session today. This was a calculated point to retest the weekly opening ranges, which they did. No progress made again. And then this was the point in time for the high day breaks. This was the midpoint structure to see which direction they'll take. This was another midpoint here for end of session. So 36.5 minutes, I guess, maybe from here. I'd say this is probably close to a cutoff period here, maybe between, it's probably going to be between imbalance prints, because this was the This was the cutoff for trying to retest up, and you can see how they stalled right at 250. Do you guys see that? Yeah, this is TradingView. My brokerages use TradingView too, though. What platform do you use? I have what's it called though too? Bar chart and uh, why did I forget the other platform's name? I'm a terrible affiliate. What's the other platform called? Oh my god, hopefully they don't see the stream. TrendSpider. But I'm not gonna lie, I mostly use TradingView. TrendSpider, if you're watching this, I'm so sorry. On Frog? Yeah, we don't really have Thinkorswim in Canada though. Like we do, but it's not the same as your Thinkorswim, if that makes sense. Like TD Canada is different than TD America. They're two different entities, so it's not the same thing. So unfortunately, we don't have that here. And our TD has TradingView built into it. And then, yeah, they bought them anyway. Exactly. Oh, I use Interactive Brokers too for trading, but I don't really use Interactive for charting though. I don't think I've ever used my Interactive Brokers for charting. I think I'm just used to using TradingView though. Sometimes it's also a disadvantage when you have so many freaking platforms, right? It's like one company will want you to like promote something, and then it's like, well, how are you going to use like 5 different platforms? Like, and I have 4 different brokers. Like that in itself is already too much. I know, it seems so outdated, doesn't it? Like I haven't even tried to like explore it because of just the way the interface looks. It looks so old. I don't know how to explain it. But I'm also one of those people that doesn't really like change. So if I'm used to using something, then I don't. Yeah, they do have a good API though. Maybe at some point we can do a stream like that, Snack. Maybe you guys can help me with my interactive setup because I'm not gonna lie, it's not really intuitive. 5 brokers would be insane. You always have to have at least 2 or 3, I always say, just in case, one goes down or something like that. But all right, we're hitting those midpoints here. These are the final midpoints for end of session today. Are you guys okay if I start cleaning this up a bit? This is getting pretty messy. What do you guys think? You think that they take this back to that safe zone above 9550, 9575? We did say during imbalance prints, but the actual point in time is closer to this window here, which is technically like 2 to 4 minutes before imbalance prints. And honestly, that's probably safer if they can break back over 9475, 95 here. Massive amounts of money for real time? What do you mean? Well, it's not a bad place, but maybe with time, you're kind of like, Dunks, why do you always like picking up at like neutral spots? Like 8.6, 8.7, 8.8, maybe the 90 break, like these ranges highlighted in yellow, these would be some good spots for entries. Right at the yellow line, like you're right back at the neutral spot of like between overhead. So it's not that it's a bad spot. Might be bad for like real time though. I would probably at least, depending on what kind of instrument you're trading, maybe buy tomorrow or Friday's expiration. because in a very dumbed down approach, we don't really want to lose this area here this afternoon. Okay, this is the zone at 8889. These are the midpoints, which happen to align with our weekly open. Okay, this is the overhead at 03. This area here. So you're like right in between. Do you get what I'm saying? This spot here. Did we say that these could be pinnable areas into the close today if they decide to stall? Hopefully they don't, but if they did, right? We have some odds of turnaround here. So if you went long at this point, this is at least your better odd because you have that window between 2.3 and 2.6. Can someone document that, please? 325, 326, those are Izzy's final midpoints for the session today in terms of time intervals. And in terms of getting back to that 649575, 6496 range, this was 22 points off those session lows, session open. This is what can help keep us in play for end of session today. So kind of like getting back above these points here. This is kind of the wall that we'd have to break, close to 9.6. This is off today's lows. You can kind of see that they broke just slightly above that. Off the lowest open, lowest close, which is where they had struggled a little bit today, this morning. Like back in here, you can see. Do you see that? They struggled just a tiny bit right here earlier. This is the final midpoint for end of session, Doug. So basically, if they can get back to this point here, it can help you for session close. But it becomes very crucial that you start sustaining price here, especially at 22-point intervals, okay? Because especially if they're capping us at 32, 33 points today for real time, it doesn't really give you too much range to work with. Whereas if they sustain like the 22-point intervals here at these points in time, are you listening? That's what could set you up for the extensions for after the bell. Odds for real time though were super low if they brought it to that consolidation box during this time period from here to here, which they did. Because the window didn't really reopen until 342, 345. Kind of like what Stockstream was saying, like maybe the final 10, 15 minutes today, we'd have maybe some slightly better odds. But that's because they could want to pin the close. Do you get what I'm saying? So they need to be very calculated about where they would do this. Also, where in the zone you're trading could also... Didn't we say that NVIDIA almost always is trading somewhere in the zone? Like when ES is trading in a zone before they trigger this. Where's my NVIDIA chart? I don't remember what template I used on it. We could probably still use the same ranges here. Because it's basically just hovering beneath all-time highs. Would this be a good zone for NVIDIA to be for NVIDIA earnings before the bell? Between 6488 to 6498? What do you guys think? It's not that it would make it weird, it's that they might limit it, Snack, because those are calculated max ranges. We already have odds of these areas being max for the session today in real time, right? And then we had odds of expanding to 65, 16, 65, 20, 65, 22, 65, 31 area. The odds of that happening in real time are extremely low. And that could be because they want to pin the close. And they might want to pin the close to the calculated ranges of 0375, 05, 08, which happen to be the all-time highs. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it's pretty obvious. The worst case scenario would be that they want to keep it pinnable here, which is keeping it between 94, 95, 96, 97, which is our weekly overhead and also happens to be weekly open. I don't think that they would keep it down here though. I feel like they could try getting it back over 99 and retesting that 0102. With the conditions though that they, at least they met this price point though in time, like back over 95, 9575. We'll watch the imbalance period here too to see if they can at least retract over 98, 99. Though my targets are the same. I don't think any of that's going to change. I feel like the targets are still fine. I still think that we have a decent odd of getting a retest of 03 here today. 0375. What do you guys think? Max ranges for session today for real time. Forget session, just real time ranges. What do you guys think? We already knew that we could be limited today. So let's say highs are in. 65.0375 to 65.05. 65.06 to 65.0775. That could be if they want to stall 08. 65.0875 to 65.10. 65.12 to 65.16. I don't really think we've got odds of that last one for real time, but mostly because they stalled 03 the first time, but obviously anything could happen end of day. The windows and odds open up a bit more after 341.42, just for reference. Can you guys vote on that? So I was really hoping they give us a 65.0875, 65.10 test in real time today, but it's not necessarily required. I would say that 0375 would be the minimum. That would be ideal. And one more time, we're working in 44 22-point intervals this week. So it would be the equivalent of them testing that off the 33-point range from open would be the break of this. 22-point ranges here would give us an 08. Oh, 950 retest. Okay, let's get some more votes, guys. At least they brought this back above this yellow line here to kind of neutralize the range a little bit. Wow, a lot of you think that highs are in for real time? Interesting. You don't see it? Oh, that's weird. Should be there on the top. Oh. Off your phone, I'm not too sure. I've only used Twitch on my phone, I think, once or twice. I usually use it on my computer. Well, I put highs are in, Katie. 65.0375 to 65.05. 65.06 to 65.08. That would be the equivalent of stalling highs, but breaking 22 points. 65.0875 to 65.10 or 65.12 to 65.16. I really didn't think that they'd give us the 65.1975 to 65.20 in real time anymore after what they did earlier, installing 6502, but I do think that they have a decent odd of getting at least the 0375 if they can get some decent structure breaks here. A lot of it is going to be based on what they do around this 342 period, by the way. So, and if they can break back up here for imbalance prints. So we said that we wanted them to at least get back to this 9725 area around the 3.6 mark to give us the odds of retesting around the 4241 window. By retesting, I'm talking about the 9899. I voted for 6508, 75, 6510. I could obviously be wrong, but I really do hope that they give us that test today, especially because we never got there yesterday. But I would say that minimum, I definitely don't want us to stall 0102. It would be nice if they at least give us 0375, 04, 05 for real time. Also, do we really want to be in a bear zone before NVIDIA earnings? This is the bear zone, right? Like this red area is the bear zone. I'm going to start cleaning this up a little bit. Pretty crazy that this was the cutoff period too and they stalled right in here. All right, so 6508, 75, 6510 got first place. Heiserin came in second with 15. Thank you for the channel points. And then 6506 to 6508 was third. Not many think we'll get 1216 in real time. And then 0375, you know what? 0375 and 05 could be, I would say that that's probably the second highest probability. So it's kind of funny that you guys voted that as second last probability. Especially if they don't start breaking before like 350, then they could easily make that the max range, because that's also extremely calculated off today's lows, right? Like this area here, that's 32, 33 points. So like this range here. Okay. Whereas the 07, 08 is more so off today's open. Which, it's kind of funny that they made the 7-4 open be a stall of 0875 at 08. That's a good stick break here to follow at 3.8, especially ahead of some of these odds that we had here, because we really wanted them to try coming back and testing this 9.9 wall to give us an odd of retesting here as early as 341.42. So far, that looks like they might do it. $36, $38 are usually generic clips for the market too. Well, I voted 65, 08, 75, 65, 10. But like I was saying, I don't think we'll get that if they don't break this wall here, because the duration of being stuck was all the way from this point in time here till here. You could technically measure it off the highs. That's a pretty long duration. It was almost an hour and a half. How many think that they'll take out highs here at 342? I'm going to set that to only a minute just because I did say we could watch a minute before and after just to see. What do you guys think? Let's get some very, very quick votes on that. So I don't really care if they retest highs at 342. I just want it to be at least back above 6499. That was the goal, because we want to be in this zone into the last 15 minutes. Does that make sense? We want to be in this orange-yellow zone. I don't want to be in this red zone before NVIDIA earnings. That could imply mass volatility if that was the case. Make sense? So minimum condition was to at least get it above here at this point in time. And that'll give us those odds of retesting here ahead of 350. We could still use the 6, 10, 15. I wonder what time this flips at. That's also 42. Is this the best zone to be in for end of day? What kind of odds did I say we had today? What kind of odds do we have today? Neutral odds, right? Neutral zone would be 6498.75, 6499 to 6514. Them taking it here, especially at 341.42, which happens to be a calculated time of day that's linked with today's lows, is giving us pretty good odds of keeping it in this neutral zone here into session close or real-time session close. These ranges also happen to be aligned with calculated spots for today and real-time ranges as well as like overall all-time highs. So let's watch the follow-through stick. Usually we've had a lot of 1-2 minute delays too. So it's kind of good to see how things follow through around like 4-1 or sorry 4-2, 4-3. So see if they retest this stick here. That's not looking bad, guys. Can we watch the next 2 minutes, please? 3:42 was my calculated time today for a potential retest of highs. Doesn't necessarily have to retest highs here. We have till end of session, but it is important that they at least take it over the 64.99, maybe give us a 65.01.02 retest. Where do they hit range here? 65.01.50, that's not bad. That's pretty good. That's that first high stick break. Let's watch the next 1 to 2 minutes follow through here. Did you end up getting long, Dunks? I think that's a good 342 stick or 341 stick. 42. We didn't really have the best odds of taking out the highs, but at least getting back into this zone area here for final 10 minutes. Or 15 minutes, I guess, 18 minutes. This is exactly where we want to be end of day. Especially if they're going to limit range. So this to me is implying that because they didn't take out O2 or high of day here, they're definitely trying to limit the range a little bit for real time. Well, that's okay. Hopefully you learned a few things though. We've had 2-3 minute delays all day today, so I do want to watch to see how these 2-3 minutes react here. Normally 348, 349 are generic clips for the market anyway too. Obviously 350. I did say we could maybe use some smaller intervals too, off like the 6 minute, just because it's aligned with lows today. Okay, I have my final sell orders in, guys, for my contracts that expire today. I don't know if I'm going to leave my contracts for Friday overnight. Kind of want to see where we close. I'll let you guys know by just before the session if I'm going to hold those Friday calls, okay? Our timing was pretty good though, especially for turnaround here at 316. I didn't panic too much because we had time to turn it back around here at 1516. What do you guys think they're going to hit for max range here today? The worst case scenario would be to stall O2 again in real time and then keep us maybe situated between this 9.3, 9.6 area. Ideally, we want to close at least above 9.7, but it would be nice if they could stay above 9.7 into the close. Minimum 9.8, 7.5, 9.9. Otherwise, that's going to imply some pretty bad. Because 9.9 at least gives you an odd of getting these areas after the bell. 0.5. It's starting to look like that. And I did say a lot of it's going to be based on what they do at 342. So 342 breaking but stalling. Like breaking 9.9 and testing 0.5. Like testing these liquidity sticks here is good, but they still are stalling highs. Definitely saving this for end of day. Where's that one person that was here earlier? I think he's gone. Oh no, maybe not. What do you guys think? Sometimes. Today, guys, I do have to sign off right at, like, I usually trade London session, like, super late. But I barely sleep. I do have to get off, guys, right at 4 p.m. today, unfortunately. Maybe I'll stick around till 4:15, but it is both my niece's birthdays today, so I want to shower and get dressed and maybe take over cake or something. I already gave them their birthday gifts. Well, we already had their birthdays on the weekend, so anything I do today is just extra, really. I want to see NVIDIA earnings, though. So I don't want to sign off right. I won't stick around till 5, though. So my final conditions into the close here, I would say that we definitely want to be above this 9.8, 9.9 ideally before 350, just to limit the risk of going back to this bear zone here, and that would still give us the odds of getting our neutral price points into end of session today. I think we can start deleting some of these. Yeah, they still have decent odds of trying to trigger it in real time. It's just more so if they can get above this area here. Drop hard. Well, neutral zones imply what usually? What does the orange yellow zone usually imply? And it's crazy because I swear to God, every single time NVIDIA has earnings, we're trading in a zone. Every single time. We talked about this before. And you can usually gauge the kind of price action NVIDIA will get based on which zone ES is trading in. So I would say if we're trading in this red box here, that'll probably be bad for NVIDIA. If we're trading in this orange yellow box range here, it'll be two directional, like good and bad, like where they can take it up, but maybe spike it back down, keep it flat. Obviously for trading up here, which is very unlikely now for real time, then, well, I guess maybe for after hours if before the report. If we're trading around here, that'll be really good for real time. And it's crazy because our calculated spots for max ranges today are actually aligned to 65, 15, 21, and 31. So that's like the top of the bull zone. 350 getting this retest of 65.0225. So far, they did a pretty decent job of holding the line at 9,850. We want to try getting, want to stay above this spot here. I don't really want to go back beneath 9.8, not at this time of day. See what kind of follow through sticks we get. We always have generic marks around 350, 455. They usually help us gauge overall direction and price action for end of session. So I would say your cutoff for breaking, because we haven't even tested 0350 yet, for breaking high of day, you definitely don't want to delay longer than like 5455, okay? To even have an odd of getting these spots in here. At least we traded this right today. So I'm still sticking with my targets. I still think that there's a pretty decent probability for real time. We'll see what kind of sticks we get though at 5.4, 5.5. Yeah, especially with ES trading in neutral spots. Neutral zones usually imply two directional action. All right, let's see. This is the exact zone we want to be in after 350 though, so like above this spot here. Just hopefully they don't bring it back beneath 9.7, especially at this point in time. What do you guys think? Let's do one last pull for the session today. 3:55 p.m. high a day break. This is the only reason it's important that they try retesting highs at this point is because if we had tested 0375 at this point back here, then it's not too much of a concern. But because we haven't even triggered 0350, it's a problem. Does that make sense? Because they haven't even triggered max range yet. That's where it could be an issue. Let's get some votes on that. They're still holding the line pretty good at 9.8, so we'll see what they do off the 5.4, 5.5 sticks. These are usually the better odds into the last 5-10 minutes. Obviously with the condition that they hold the line here. Otherwise it'll set it up so that they have some, like I said, they can make it so that it's two directional between these ranges. Ideally we'd prefer not to, so they can give us a better close, but so far they're struggling a little bit here. They're breaking down 9.8 a little bit at 354. 5.5 is usually the point in the day that can give volatility in range. I think with that reduction at 5.4, that's pretty unlikely that they'd break at 5.5. Could probably add an extension at 5.6 if they hold 9.8. So I don't think they can take out 0.375 here, but they could probably retest at least 0.2, 0.225 if they sustain at this 30-second interval. Let's see. What's the highest close on the session right now? Oh, 0.175. Okay, not quite. They stalled 0.150. They could probably try on the follow-through stick though. And that's mostly because they brought back down range to 9.875. This 9.875, 9.9 hold though, guys, at 5.4, 5.5, you have to document that. That's super important that they held that spot there. Where do they trigger 0.250? That's still not high enough. Need a little bit higher than that. Remember, duration today is until end of session, so remember how I said because lows triggered around 9:31, 9:30, that means it runs till 4. That means that your high of day for real time could occur right at 3:59. That's another reason dunks I held, FYI, is because we had a duration till session close today. It's definitely looking more likely that the 0.375 is definitely the overhead here for real time. This was the 32, 33 point range. We'll see. We have 2 minutes to go. We were still super accurate today, though. How many of you guys think that they'll still try triggering this area here in real time? Quickly, guys. Yes? No? What do you guys think? These seem like pretty high odds for max ranges for the real-time session today, especially if they stalled early afternoon. I feel like if they would have tested 0.375 back here, we had way better odds of getting like 0.810. And if they would have broke, they had a shot to reset those odds at 4.2, but they stalled 0.150. Like if this stick here had broken 0.250, 0.3, the odds were pretty much increased that they could get those bigger range breaks, but this also kept odds the same. And I do think that they would have had to at least broken 0.175, 0.225 at this point in time here at 5.4, 5.5 to at least have that odd of breaking above 0.375 in real time today. And that's why I was saying if they stall here, they could just make it so that this is the pinnable box range. Odds seemed a little bit better at 4, so we'll see. Pin the close, guys. Where do you think they're going to pin this for 3:59 p.m.? Like I was saying before, these are very pinnable spots, especially if they stall 0.3 between this area here, which is exactly what they're doing on this stick range here at 3:59, and that's mostly due to them stalling the 0.2, 0.3 ahead of 3:55, 56. ideally you want to close at least at like 9.4. So 9.450, that's not bad. That's definitely not great. It's okay. We'll see if they can try to negate and retrace here. They definitely limited range a little bit. Yeah, closing in the bear zone, so just be a little bit cautious here into the close. I think we're still going to leave the same ranges here though, guys, into the close. We'll see what they end up doing with NVIDIA. That's not bad. Like 9.4 isn't bad. It's still our 256 point overhead on a wider time frame, but it's still a bear zone, so they could definitely have some volatility here into the close. I'm still going to keep these as the max ranges for the overall session today. With maybe some probability of getting that 65.08, 65.10 retest. We had better odds for tomorrow since we have a flip date on the 29th, but I think even just taking it back to 9.4 for midweek reset is still not bad. It gives us that reset for our weekly session open. Thank you for tuning in, Stockstream. I'll definitely be around for your next stream, and make sure you guys all follow him too. Yeah, I could look at Frog. Do they report or anything like that? It was nice though that we saw them stall. Like at least we knew that they could definitely stall in real time and maybe limit that range for the session. I mean, this is just a nice like yearly flag. What is it that you want to see? So they broke the range in here. Probably. They're probably stalling like close to that 75% mark on that. Do you see that? Like right in here. Let me see. Why am I so blind? This is just an annual flag, so like, I mean, you probably could get the same annual range. It should be pretty close to like this 1.25, like maybe around like $58 or so. Well, this is a big spot. This is like 75% of the range, right? So I'd say if they can close above this 49, 98, 81 area, that's a pretty big spot for range. When did they hit this low? This was their April low? That could be your annual range. Like this. Maybe see where this is like a midpoint range. Do you see that? That's pretty accurate. So close to 53, 54. Breaks could get you 5.8 on the year. Thank you. Was this your first time tuning in? Still pretty new on Twitch, but I'm definitely trying to stream not every day, almost every day. I definitely will be around tomorrow and Friday though, just because we have our bigger flip day on the 29th. Weekly targets are almost met. We're so close. Hopefully they can at least keep us in this area here, end of day today. I don't think I'm going to stick around, guys, for NVIDIA earnings. I think I'm going to sign off. I did cover half my calls for Friday. I didn't really feel too good about holding like a full position with a 9-4 close. It's not a terrible close, but all right, thank you guys so much.